Mahatmyam is and why it's so significant to our spiritual lives. So, without further ado, Swami Harinamananda. It's just as well you weren't here. Would have made
Yes.
you blush. For those of you who don't have a pen or a pencil, there's a little box of pencils here to fill out the sheets that you need to fill out. And with that, the Swami will take it from there.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So we'll begin with the chant. The chant of the Divine Mother. Om Sarva Mangala Mangalye Shive Sarvartha Sadike Shanye Trambake Gauri Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute. O Divine Mother, you are all auspicious and the fulfiller of all desires. Our salutations to you again and again. Well, good morning, everyone, and I feel so much. I love coming to Atlanta. I was actually in Raleigh, North Carolina yesterday, and I gave this retreat over there. And I called her Brother Shankar and I said, I want to come to Atlanta. And he said, with open hearts, please come. So I always feel that there's a sense of like love and just and comfort here. So, and let me ask, how many of you were here for the last time I gave this Chanti talk? So about half of you. All right. Do you remember what I said? You do? Okay, so for those of you who were here, this is going to be a test for you. For those of you that are not, this is going to be new for you. And because I'll be repeating the same information, and in some ways we may also take a little bit more in-depth look at certain things. But this is a scripture that I feel it's for practice. One that we should be able to practice into our lives. Do you remember what we're going to be addressing today? Actually, there's a question that Sri Ramakrishna asked in the Gospel. And he said, this world is the play of the Divine Mother. This world is nothing but the play of the Divine Mother. Do you remember what a devotee said? Address this to a devotee. What did the devotee say? The devotee says, it may be the play of the Divine Mother, but it's suffering to us. It's suffering to us. Do you know what Sri Ramakrishna then said? He said, yes, but who are you? Who are you? That is what we're going to be addressing today in this textbook called the Chanti. And you may have, I hope this works. Here it goes. I may have mentioned this. Do you, show of hands, how many people know this Swami here? How many have met him? Or how many have heard of him? Swami Tathagatananda-ji. Okay, so a few of you. He was known, what was he known for, Brother Shankar? Do you remember? What was one of his practices?
Well, he was known for his great expertise about Swami Vivekananda. He was known for preaching the great virtues of brahmacharya, but I don't know exactly what he's speaking.
And he was also known for chanting the Chanti
Yes.
every day.
Every day.
And do you know what happens when you chant the Chanti every day? If anybody who's met him, what's a one-word description of him? Give me a one-word description of what you think of him, or how does he come across to you?
Ekagri.
Huh?
Ekagri.
One pointedness, but those who have met him, what's a one-word description?
Indomitable.
Indomitable, fearless. We think Shakti. He was full of energy, full of life. He would literally, if you saw him on a podium, he'd be stamping on the podium. And if someone got up on his talk, he'd say, "Hey, sit down!" And he'd sit down. And if you ever had the chance to meet him in person, and if you went to make pranams, you know what he would do sometimes? He'd take his hand and he'd slap you on your back. And some of the monks, when I was in Bellarmont, in our headquarters, they would fall down because of the force of that slap. They said he was trying to awaken your kundalini. He was nothing, I had described him, he was nothing but mother. The embodiment of energy, fearlessness of mother, the Shakti of mother. This is what happens when you chant this specific scripture, the Chandi. I've seen Swami Sarvadevanandaji, head of our Southern California Center, when battered women come to him and they ask, "What do I do?" Chant the Chandi. It gives you strength, it gives you power. For those, does anybody do chanting of the Chandi? Anybody here? Let me ask a quick question. This is meant to be a little retreat, so it's not a lecture, it's going to be sort of a dialogue between us. So quickly, why do you chant? Why do you chant the Chandi?
Shakradaya, fourth chapter.
The fourth chapter, but why? Why do you do it?
Just to get into the spiritual.
Get into the spiritual mood. Why do you chant the Chandi?
It's empowering to me.
It's empowering to you. And who else had their hand up chanting the Chandi? Why do you chant it?
I normally used to chant it, I don't know right or wrong, during Navratris.
Yes.
And it was more as an act that we do at home.
So an act may be an act of offering.
Yes, but I never thought about it.
Sure. Yeah. You'll find that most of the Indians, most of the people who do, because it's with so much detail, there's so much. One time I think you were asking me about last time, Swami, the Chandi's got so much battle, it's got so much blood. Was that you?
No.
Or was it you? Okay. And it was like, why can we, I cannot stand the scripture. And I remember today we're going to actually look at what that signifies, what it means. Brother Shankar, why do you chant the Chandi?
Well, first, because Swami Swahananda directed me to.
Okay.
But beyond that, because it gives you a much fuller understanding of what it means to be a spiritual being and what your relation is to the divine presence.
Yes. Today we're going to see that a way we're going to interpret the Chandi is that today we're going to see it through the eyes of a yogi. Because it was probably the language used to describe some mystic experience. And we're going to try to decode what that mystic experience was. What was the truth that the sages wanted to tell us about this experience that they had? And so today we're going to decode that. What is the message of the Chandi? When you read the Chandi, you're going to find, I believe, three things are going to come out. One, it's going to talk about who is the Divine Mother. Another thing that's going to come out is this Chandi, once you decode it, you'll understand that it's a spiritual map. It's a map that takes you back to your center of awareness. And finally, you're going to see that this Chandi is expressed in his story, in his scripture, in his mythological scripture. And it's beautifully encoded, and we're going to get to understand the meaning of that also. The first thing it's going to talk about is who is the Divine Mother? She is the one who has become the many. You can think of her as Brahman, manifesting into this universe. She is the Shakti, the power of Brahman. Shakti and Brahman, Divine Mother Brahman, are nothing but the same. When we experience pure awareness in our meditation, we call it Brahman, pure stillness. When that same consciousness is in movement, when there's vibrations, when manifestation occurs, we call it the Divine Mother, Kali, Shakti. She transforms herself into this universe and all living beings. I don't want to get too technical, but the Chandi is a Shakta text. And in the Shakta tradition, they talk about Maya. Maya is a power of Brahman. And so how does the infinite consciousness manifest and unfold itself into this world? And an analogy sometimes one of our Pravachikas, Gita Prana, talked about, it's like the sun. And the sun spreading out its light, consciousness spreading out its light. It goes through a rainbow, a spectrum of vibrations, until that light becomes denser and darker. And in the Shakti tradition, they define Maya as the constricting powers of consciousness, Kanchikas. And there are 5 Kanchikas, 5 powers of Maya that consciousness goes through to make itself finite. What are those 5 powers? The first power is referred to as raga, desire. That which was infinite, that which had no desires, becomes limited with desire. The second power of Maya is called Vidya. That who is omniscient all of a sudden becomes limited in knowledge. We have limited knowledge. The third power of Maya is called Kala, long A at the end. Kala. That which was whole all of a sudden has parts. Kala. And the fourth power of Maya is referred to as K long A, L short A. Kala. Time. That which was eternal is now limited in time. And the fifth power of Maya is Niyati. That which was spontaneous. Why does it will? It just wills out of its own freedom, out of its own swatantra. That will becomes limited by Niyati, cause and effect. Every action we do had a previous cause. These are the 5 powers that the infinite makes itself finite. And what do you find? That the mother is everywhere. She projects herself into all things. And that's why we see, Sri Ramakrishna says here, she who has become everything, she showed me that everything was full of consciousness. Everything is full of consciousness. When he used to do puja, all the vessels are full of consciousness. He says, that's why I fed a cat with the food that was supposed to be offered to the Divine Mother. Because I clearly perceived the Divine Mother herself had become everything, even the cats. So the ocean of Satchitananda starts to express itself in waves, with nama, rupa, with name and form. And we are all embodiments of those waves, all expressions of the Divine Mother. But what does the Divine Mother mean to us now? Being embodied in this state, what does she mean to us? Well, let's ask Sri Ramakrishna. Who's my mother? She is the mother of the universe. It is she who creates and preserves the world, who always protects her children, and who grants whatever they desire. Dharma, artha, kama, moksha. A true son or daughter cannot live away from his or her mother. The mother knows everything. For those of us now embodied, limited in this state of being, who is our Divine Mother? She is that infinite consciousness who responds to us. She is that infinite consciousness we pray to, we worship, and who responds to our needs in times of crisis. The Chandi makes it known, who comes to us for guidance, comes to us to give us liberation. And this Chandi makes it known that we all have an eternal mother. And if we call on her, she will come. And there is one divine mother. And according to her function, according to her need, she comes in different forms, expressing different powers. So you'll see in the Chandi, you'll find various names and forms of the Divine Mother. You'll see Mother Kali. The same Divine Mother comes down as Kali. For what purpose? Kali is that which destroys the negativity within us. You'll see the same Divine Mother coming down as Lakshmi, that which fulfills, which gives. The same Divine Mother coming as Saraswati, to bestow us knowledge. So the mother actually can be summarized in two basic aspects. There is the motherly side, called Ambika. And then the motherly side is that one who is supportive, caring, and nurturing to us. There's also the ferocious side to the Divine Mother. And she is known as Chandika. And that's where the name of this scripture comes from. Chandi, the ferocious one. I asked this question last time. Why would we need a ferocious mother? Seems we all want the loving mother. Why does the mother need to be ferocious? Anybody?
To protect us.
To correct us.
Destroy the evil.
To protect us.
And to correct us.
To correct us.
To destroy the evil.
To destroy the evil. Yes. Do you remember that one example I gave when I was here? There was the doctor of Swami Swahananda, our Swami who was in Hollywood, and he told, I've come to script. Do you remember the story? Oh, good. Okay, if you don't remember, perfect. Okay. He goes, Swami, I've come to spiritual life, but after coming to spiritual life, I find that I am having more problems. I'm finding that, I'm getting more problems are coming, and I'm finding less peace of mind. Why is this? Whereas all my other friends who are doctors, they're going to parties and they're enjoying life. I thought I was supposed to come and get some bliss, get some joy. You know what Swami Swamiji answered him? He said this answer. What happens when a meteorite comes into the atmosphere of Earth? What happens? It starts to burn. It burns away. Called tapas, heat. When you come into the atmosphere of the Divine Mother, what's going to happen is she's going to start burning your impurities. She's going to start taking away the distractions that take you away from her. And she's going to say, now I want you. You've played enough in the world. Enough. Now I want you to know who you are. I want you to come to your eternal source. That's why. So all of a sudden, all the friends, all the parties you used to go to, all these things start to drop away one by one. And you don't become the life of the party anymore. And your family members or other friends are telling you, why are you becoming such a bore? Why do you go to the temple? What's the purpose of that? All these things start to drop away. This is the mother burning away, the ferocious one, taking away all the impurities. The Chandi also is a spiritual map. It's a map, it's a blueprint to show you how to get back to your divine source. The Divine Mother has two basic powers. One is called Avidya Shakti, and the other is called Vidya Shakti. Avidya Shakti is the power of delusion. Vidya Shakti is the power of revelation. She is the flow of energy coming out into the world. She is also the pull of love bringing us back to our divine center. There are two basic pathways in Sri Ramakrishna when he talks about. When we talk about Avidya Shakti, for those who want to enjoy the world, who want to get wealth, creativity, beauty, he said, go pray to the Divine Mother. Pray to that same Divine Mother. Ask her to fulfill your kama, your desires. Ask her to fulfill whatever needs you want. When Swami Sarvadevananda-ji, the head of our Siddhanta Society, last couple weeks ago, I had him do a round table quickly. People asking, what are my spiritual problems? And one person was saying, Maharaj, my problem is I have all these worldly desires. You know what Swamiji said? He said, fulfill them! And he says, Maharaj, but I'm 90 years old. It doesn't matter. But then do I have to come back to my next life? Don't worry, be fearless. When you've had enough, fulfill the desires. When you've had enough, when you've reached a satiation point, that's the point that you start to turn within. That's the point you say, Tatalkim, what next? What next? And you start to look within, because you see the world's not giving you what you need. You're with a person, maybe you're beloved, but you still feel the void in your heart. You're going to the restaurants, going to the movies, enjoying life, but still there's the void in your heart. That still feels like emptiness. And then you start to turn within. So when that pull of turning within comes, that's called Vidya Shakti. Vidya Shakti is for those who want to find their center. So the Divine Mother, they go to the same Divine Mother, and she gives you qualities of viveka, discrimination, vairagya, passion for the world, mumukshutva, yearning for the divine. In our journey back to our center, divine center, we have to pass through some obstacles. Do you remember what those obstacles were? Do you guys remember? Half of you guys came to the last lecture. Okay, and you said you knew it. This is a simple question. What are those obstacles that we have to pass through? What are the obstacles that we're going to have to go through? See, in this, is it okay to walk? Okay. Here, this is referred to the Bhupura, your earthly consciousness, your body consciousness. The flower petals refer to your mental consciousness. Okay? This inside refers to your causal consciousness. We're going to travel all the way to get back to our Bindu, the center of our own being, what we call the Divine Mother, where the infinite becomes the finite. What were the obstacles? Yes, there we so good. They are the gunas. Do you remember? How many gunas are there?
3.
3 gunas. The gunas are the obstructions. They are the powers that obstruct the mind. And these are the qualities, energies, and forces. And they're the constituents of what makes up nature. They're also the constituents of what make up our mind. And the predominance of one guna over the other gives us the feeling of stagnation, restlessness, or insight. The first obstruction we're going to have to face is tamas. When the mind feels very cloudy and dark, and the mind is covered in ignorance. And it's defined as inertia. It makes a person feel darkness, inactive, lazy, and confused. The next obstruction we're going to have to face is rajas. Rajas is defined as activity, and it takes our ego and it projects it out. And we're filled with desires. We feel dissatisfied, restless, and we're reactive. The third obstruction is the obstruction of sattva. Sattva, when our mind starts to clear up and we start to reflect the light of our divinity more and more, it's defined as the revealing power of the ego. And it makes a person feel clear, joyful, and it directs us to the divine. But it also has obstacles, which we will talk about later on. These are what we call the 3 lenses that we experience life through. This is very important. Now, this is the basis of the Chandi here, at least my interpretation of it. That our mind has 3 lenses that we experience life through. What are those 3 lenses? The lens of tamas. So, if I was in a monastic conference, and there was a famous speaker, you know Swami Sarvapriyananda, most of you, and he was speaking at a monastic conference. If I was listening to him, but my mind was filled with Thomas, and I was watching him through the lens of Thomas, how would I feel? I would feel that, wow, he's such a great speaker. I can never speak like him. He says wonderful things, but I can't be like that, so I'm not even going to try. Instead of feeling happy, I feel depressed. I can never be like that, so why should I even try? Maybe I should give up being a Swami. I can never end like that. And if I try to speak, people are just going to make fun of me. This is seeing life through the lens of Thomas when our mind becomes clouded. If my mind was experiencing the same talk through the lens of Rajas, through the lens of desire, I would look at Swami and say, what makes him so great? Just because he can talk, I can also talk. Why does he have so many YouTube hits? I can also be so popular. I should have more YouTube hits than him. Why is he so great? This is seeing life through the lens of Rajas. And when your mind clears up and you hear the same talk, you start to say, wow, what a wonderful talk he gave. Such beautiful insights. Such wonderful things that I learned. I can use his things. I can use his talk and implement them in my own spiritual life. I feel so much lighter. I feel so much great. I feel so good after listening to his talk. This is experiencing that talk through the lens of sattva. I'm going to go one step further now. In the Chandi, what this is going to represent three things. Is that there's going to be the ego. So the ego is our state of mind. Depending on our state of mind, we are going to create a story in our mind. And then we're going to react to that story accordingly. So what is the Chandi? The Chandi has 3 stories. Each story is about a different state of mind. The tamasic state of mind, the rajasic state of mind, and the third story is about the sattvic state of mind. And when you have that mind covered, seeing life through that lens, you're going to create a story within yourself. The first story may be that, what is the attitude when my mind is covered in tamas? I feel like a victim. I feel pessimist. What's the story that I create? It's called the blame story. I blame myself and I blame others. What's my reaction? I get depressed. I get withdrawn from life. And what we're going to show is, this is what normally happens. But with the power of the Chandi, with the power of some practices that you can do, you can plug into the Divine Mother. And when you plug into the Divine Mother, your spiritual source, what's going to happen? Your attitude is going to change. Instead of being the pessimist, you're going to be the optimist. Your story is going to change. What's your story going to be? Instead of the story of looking at life as in a depression, you're going to say that, you know what? He has some he has some great qualities, but I also have my own unique qualities. I'm someone. I also have talents. And then what's my reaction? Let me do something about that. Let me manifest those qualities that are within me. It may not be his qualities, but it's my own qualities. This is what happens when you plug into the Divine Mother. And this is what the Chandi is about. It's showing the story about before, what happens when you see life through that state of mind. What is your attitude? What is your story? What's your reaction? Through the tamasic, rajasic, sattvic lens. And then each story, what is the practice that you connect yourself with the Divine Mother? And then how do you change your attitude? How do you change your story? And how do you change your reactions? This is what I perceive the Chandi is telling you. And this is a blueprint of how you should live your spiritual life. And this is also a way to tell you what practices you should do when you're feeling depressed. What practices you should do when you're feeling rajasic, when you feel you're the controller of everything. And what practices you should do even when you have pride. The Chandi is giving you the clues of what to do. Are you guys with me? This is a really powerful book. This is one of the first books that I can tell you is showing an evolution. Practices depending on your state of mind. Normally we do the same thing, which is good. We have our foundational practices. But here, depending on your state of mind, we're going to give you different techniques that can pull you out. So not every practice is going to be for everyone. And you'll find through life, through the course of a day, we go through these different lenses. It's like looking through a camera. In the morning, you wake up, you're groggy, and what do you feel? What lens are you looking through life at that point? Thomas. You wake up, you drink your first cup of coffee, you start to exercise. What lens are you experiencing life through after that? You go into your meditations, have a really good meditation, come out. What lens are you experiencing life through?
Sattva.
Right. Okay, we're done. You have it now. Okay? This is really what I wanted to express. Okay, so now, I have no clock here. Oh, there's a clock. Okay. Well, we'll go beyond time, that's all. So now, these are the three, so this is kind of like the map here. The first story is going to be about Thomas. We're going to get through the second lens, Rajas, the third lens, Sattva, to get to the center of our being. And finally, that the Chandi, all of this is engulfed in a beautiful, sacred story. The Chandi is also known, what are some other names that it's called by? There's 700 verses to this Chandi. And what other scripture has 700 verses? Bhagavad Gita, correct? And what's another name for this Chandi?
Devi Mahamaya.
Devi Mahamaya. The glories of the Divine Mother. So the glories of that one Divine Mother, how her glories, how her Leela is expressed. And this Chandi is from just like the Bhagavad Gita is from the Mahabharata, the Chandi is from the Markandeya Purana. And it has three main characters. By the way, today, just in the Chandi it says, by listening to it, by chanting it, by hearing it, this is a practice itself. So just today, by listening today, see what you feel afterwards. You still have more power. You find more strength within you. This itself is a practice. The Chandi has three main characters. There's a king, a merchant, and a sage. And the king and the merchant are overcome by attachment, suffering. And so they ask the sage what to do. And the sage tells them three stories describing the three different kinds of attachments and how to break free of them. And finally, let me ask, one way of seeing what the message of the scripture is to see what's repeated again and again. And when you read this scripture, you're going to find 3 points repeated again and again. What are they? The Divine Mother is one, and she projects the many. We all have one common source. There's one common consciousness. And from that consciousness, both positive and negative energies arise out of it. Protons, electrons, holy and unholy, opposite charges arise from the one source. So, we talk about devas. Do you remember what devas are, or asuras? Those we call godly type of beings. The asuras are ungodly. Well, in Christian, like the demons. Where do the demons arise from?
From within us.
They come from the Divine Mother herself. So there's one source that's projecting out the many. That's why in Durga Puja in Belamat, if you see that they do a 10-day puja in Belamat, one of the things they offer soil from the house of a saint is offered to the mother. They also offer soil from the house of a prostitute. That's also offered to the mother. We project what's good and bad, but in the eyes of the mother, they've all come from me and they're all my children. And the second point is, whenever there's imbalance in the cosmos or within us, whenever our negative energies, these asuras, rise above our positive energies, what happens? the Divine Mother intervenes. She comes, she manifests, she's born within us to restore balance and harmony so we can keep evolving and growing. And the third point here is that the Divine Mother never says that misfortune will not be suffered by her children. She never says that you're not going to go through suffering. You are going to go through suffering. Your children are going to go through suffering. Your parents have gone through suffering. But she makes the assurance that if you call on her, especially during those times of crisis, she will come and give you the strength to overcome your difficulties. She will make your sufferings the cause of your own evolution. This is what she says in the Chanti, and that is her assurance to us. So, I think I'm going to skip this part here. This is just the Asuras and the Devas. Basically, the Asuras are, when we talk about demons, Asuras, all of this is, the play of the Chanti is occurring within us. This is called the Kshetra, even the Kshetra. This is the field of battle. And when we talk about the gods and the demons, the Devas and the Asuras and Asuras, all this exists within us. And the battle is occurring within us. And just briefly here, the Asuras are the primal drives that protect the selfish ego. So their emotion, the negative emotions like jealousy, hatred, fear, anger, what is their purpose? Their purpose is to protect our selfish ego. When do they come out? Have you ever noticed, like, when someone cuts you off while you're driving, how do you react? Or sometimes when you're waiting in a line and you notice your line is going slower than any other line, and you're looking at the person and you're saying, why is he taking so long to take his money out? He or her? This then, and you start to get angry, you start to react, this is the Asuras coming out. Our negative, what we call qualities, which has one function, to protect and nurture the selfish ego. And they invade us. So, on the opposite side, we have our good qualities called the Devas. And the Devas come from the Divine Mother, and they are the qualities of love, compassion, tranquility, which pull us back to our center of unity, which pull us back to our divine self. And there are always this kind of pull of war within us, our negative side and our positive side. When our negative side tends to start pulling stronger, when they're winning the tug of war, and all of a sudden we're finding ourselves getting angry, jealous, and this has become our nature. What happens? The Divine Mother manifests. What does she do? She intervenes. Just like sometimes if a person was an alcoholic and they're drinking, they don't know that they're drinking and it's causing damage to their loved ones. Or you have anger issues and you're causing problems to yourself and to others, but you don't know it. Then all of a sudden there's an intervention group. A group of friends that tell you, hey, you know what? This is what you're doing. The Divine Mother takes birth in you. And she makes you aware of what's happening within you and then tries to pull you back to center so you can evolve and grow. Today what we're going to do is we're going to go from hearing these stories to living them. What I'm going to have you do today is you're going to recognize your own inner demons. And you may not like this. None of you likes this. But we should start to become aware of where anger lies, how it manifests. When do we become depressed? What are we resistant to? When does pride develop? We all have these qualities. We have to become aware of how they manifest within us. It's so much easier to see it in everybody else. It's very difficult to see it within oneself. I can talk about all my monastic brothers and identify all their asuras. But when it comes to myself, it's very difficult. So, and then we're going to see how recognizing our own demons, instead of reacting in our usual ways, how if we plug into the Divine Mother, connect with the Divine Mother, how can we transform and eradicate these demons within us? Is that understood, you guys? Okay, now I'm going to give you, in one page, we talked about this last time. You remember this, those that were here? This is what I call the Cliff Notes. So it's a one-page, what we call cheat sheet to the Chandi. Like in school, we used to have those cheat notes. So with this will be a key that you can use to understand the Chandi through. Every scripture requires a key to unlock it. The first question that comes up here is what causes attachment? We have Surata and Samadhi, two characters who have both suffering because of attachment. So they go to a sage. His name is Meda. And they ask the sage, what's causing this attachment that I seem to find myself in? What does the sage say? Mahamaya, the Divine Mother. She's deluding you, but she can also remove it. The second question that comes up is, well, if she's deluding me, then what are the ways she's deluding me? The sage says 3 ways. She deludes you through ignorance and fear. And when you experience that, you develop what's called the Madhu Kaitava personality. She deludes you through the need for power and control. Unless I'm in control, things are not going to work out. When that happens, you develop the Mahishasura personality. She deludes you through pride. And when that happens, you develop the Shumba Nishumba personality. By the way, just want to make sure, this whole entire, recently, just yesterday, the New York Center, Swami Sarvaprinanda Center, I did this talk over there. So they have put out all the slides and the whole video. So it's a 2-hour, about 1.5 hour talk there. So you'll find all the slides in the New York Center. If you look up Swami Harinamananda, you'll find everything there. So you don't have to write so visually if you don't get this, okay? All the slides are there. It just came out yesterday on YouTube. The next question is, how is she invoked to manifest her presence? Well, how do we invoke her? 3 ways. In the first story, you invoke her through prayer. In the second story, you invoke her through the practice of surrender. And in the third story, you invoke her through the practice of detachment. Also, through the practice of what we call witness consciousness. How do we do this? So in the first story, chant the Brahma Stuti, the hymn of the Divine Mother, to awaken Vishnu, to awaken your consciousness. In the second story, invoke the Divine Rajas by surrendering to the Divine Mother, surrendering your ego, so the Divine Mother can manifest within you. And in the third story, chant the Aparajita Stuti, the Yahadevi Sarvabhuteshu. Chant to that Divine Mother, who is the embodiment of all these various objects I experience in the world, to counteract your pride. If you do that, how will the Divine Mother manifest? In the first story, she's going to manifest as Mahakali, to cut your delusion and awaken your ego. In the second story, she's going to manifest as Mahalakshmi, to give you abundance, to give you the things you need to ripen your ego. And in the third story, she's going to manifest as Mahasaraswati, to give you knowledge so you can cut and kill the ego. It's not necessary anymore to experience your true Divine Mother self. So this, in a nutshell, is what the Chandi is about.
I have a question. I'm not very clear when you said that Kali awakens the ego. We already have egos in us, and that's why we are.
So we have egos within us. So what did I say about Thomas? When that ego is covered, it's covered in ignorance, covered in this darkness, clouded. That's what the first story is going to be about. So it is asleep. Okay? So you're going to find, what does it mean to be asleep while living? Okay? So what it is, we're going to remove the darkness. So Vishnu, in the story, your consciousness awakens. So yes, We're all alive, we're all conscious, but how conscious are we? Do we go through the day just experiencing life where we're just going through the routines, but we're not knowing right now what's happening right now? Do you know when you're opening the door, and you pray a prayer, I'm opening the door, how much awareness do you have? This is what Divine Mother is going to do. She's going to awaken your awareness.
So it means that the true ego, not the false ego, awaken the true ego.
So what you're going to call, these are going to be stages. Remember I talked about tamasic, rajasic, sattvic? So in the tamasic ego, how to awaken yourself from the laziness, your inertia, to get you active. And then when you're active, how can you start to become still? So these are all stages of the ego. That as one by one, as you remove the coverings, you get to ultimately where you go beyond ego. Okay? And each story is going to talk about this. So now, let's engage. There's a couple seats. There's a chair there. There's a chair right there. There's one right there.
Sorry.
I need a glass of water.
Try this.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. Oh, my hour's already up and we just got the introduction. So, let's start with the first story. The first story, when you start to open up the Chandi, what does it talk about here? To me, this is addressing the question, what brought us to spiritual life? And the story begins with two characters, a king and a merchant. There is a righteous king. His name is Suratha. No, you can't. I suggest you sit there so you can see the screen. Yeah. So you ready to begin? All right. Now we're going to actually get into the Chandi itself. So there was a righteous king. His name was Suratha. And listen closely to the story because you'll need it as we unlock the message. So first listen clearly to the actual story itself. A righteous king, his name was Suratha. He was defeated by a smaller sized enemy. The defeated king was further robbed of his treasury and army by his own ministers. Embarrassed, he arrives in a hermitage of a sage in a dense forest. His mind is overcome by deep attachment to everything he lost. He lost his kingdom, his subjects, his wealth, and even his elephants. What will happen to him, he thinks. The king saw a merchant whose name was Samadhi, and he asked him, "Why are you so sad?" The merchant said, "I am Samadhi, of good character, born in a wealthy family. But because of my family's greed, I've been cast out by my unworthy sons and wife, and they've stolen all my wealth. Cast out by my family, I find myself grief-stricken in this forest. Dwelling here, I do not know anything about the welfare of my sons. My wife, are they happy? Are they living good lives?" The king then asks the merchant, "Why is your mind affectionately attached to those relatives who've stolen your wealth, who've kicked you out of your home?" The merchant replied, "This very thought occurred to me. I don't know why. I still hold a deep affection to them, even though they've caused me humiliation, pain, and have driven me out. Why is it I still love them? Because on their account, I feel a deep sigh and feel dejected." Then the merchant and the king went to a sage, and they approached Medha, the sage's name, and asked him, "Why are we so miserable? How is it we should know better? We know what's causing us our pain, yet we can't let go. Why is this?" This is the question that's brought to the sage in the first story. So let's try to analyze what's happened so far. And I'm going to give you the meaning that I did for the logical meaning, and then I'm going to give you a deeper meaning this time, right? So, last time, there are 3 characters. Who is Surata? Last time, you guys were here. Who is Surata? What does Surata mean?
Able body,
Okay,
good charity.
right. So Surata, we always use the names to decode what's the meaning. Su means good, Rath means chariot. Here it means one who has a good body. Surata, right? The king's got a good body. And Samadhi, what does Samadhi mean? Realize. So it's a spiritual experience. It can also mean one who's one-pointed. And Samadhi here, because of his one-point concentration, he was able to make a lot of wealth and a lot of money. Okay? That is kind of like the typical meaning that you'll read. There was another meaning that I came across by a person named Harinamananda-ji, who had also written a commentary. He gives a very interesting meaning, and I'm going to explore this meaning with you today. He says that Surata, we are Surata. What has happened? We've lost a battle, okay, to these outer forces. We, who are the king of this body and mind. Now what's happened is we've lost to something outside of ourselves. What does that mean? We've lost control of ourselves. In what situation? Maybe it was we thought we were confident. We thought, maybe we thought we can go into a bar and not get lost, but we fell prey to the drinks. We thought we can control our diet, and we go into a shopping mall and we see all the chocolates. We thought we can hold ourselves. We fall prey to the chocolates. We as parents think that we are in control. We don't want to get angry, but when our children come and they do something that disturbs us, we fall prey to our anger. We've lost control of ourselves. This is the first battle that we lose. Hold on, let me finish the story here. What happens? Then Surata the king retreats to his castle. And there he finds his own ministers. And what happens with his own ministers? They see him in his weakened condition. And then they steal the rest of his wealth. They take over his army, the rest of his army. And he finds himself dejected. And what does he end up doing? He ends up getting on his horses and he ends up running away. For us, what does that mean? When we find ourselves being a victim to something that was outside of our control, we find ourselves getting engulfed in our anger. Why? We come back to our mind and we think to ourselves, why did I get so angry? And our own some scars start awakening, telling that, see, you're not a good parent. You can't control yourself. Look at you, you're a loser. You can't control your diet. You say you make a New Year's resolution, and then within 1 week, you give up. The own memories of what you fall prey to, your own loathsome scars, come back to you, and your mind echoes this state of mind, this victimization state of mind. And now, you thought you could find peace in your own state of mind. Now, you get on your horses, and you start running. What are your horses? In the Katha Upanishad, it refers to the senses. You run with your senses, and you go wild. And where do you end up? You end up in a deep forest. And what is that forest? The forest he refers to is the forest of the deep recesses of our mind, in a jungle of memory and thought. And what are you looking for? You just want to find some peace. You don't want to be haunted by the echoes of your own thought, by the dejection you feel and the depression you feel. And where do you end up? In the scriptures, they call it Swapura. You end up in a place called Mela's ashram. Here, for us, where do we end up? We end up in Hridaya, in our heart. The heart is a place where things coexist. He arrives at Mela's ashram and he sees wild animals existing together. Here we find a place in our heart where we finally find some peace and solitude. And we start to rest here from all the thoughts, the memories that are haunting us, from all the actions that we've done. And resting here, what do we discover? He meets who? Who does Surata meet? Samadhi. A merchant. A Vaishya. What does a Vaishya do? A merchant does. A merchant collects things and he sells things. Here, the author says, Vaishya means one who collects thoughts. When we arrive at this place, peaceful coexistence in our heart, all of a sudden we start to collect our thoughts. We start to see, why was it that I couldn't trust my own mind? Why couldn't I trust my own ministers? What happened? And in this place, he has a dialogue with Samadhi. So, he asks Samadhi, where have you come from? I was born in a rich family, and I had an abundance of wealth. What's happening here? When you experience Samadhi, what is the wealth that you receive? What?
Inner wealth.
Inner wealth. But when we talk about Samadhi, when we talk about getting that experience, what is the wealth? What is the peace? Ananda. Joy. I was in joy. I had this experience of Samadhi. I was in joy, bliss. But what happened? I was robbed of my wealth. What was the wealth? My inner peace, my bliss, my Ananda. Who took it away? My family. Who took it away? My past memories have brought me down. And now I find myself without bliss, without joy, haunted by these memories. So what happens here is Suratha. All of this is within us. We are Suratha. We come to a place where resting in our heart, recollecting what has happened, we have a glimpse at this point of the divine. And having the glimpse of the divine, we get experience of joy, but immediately our lower samskars bring us down. And we get robbed of that peace. But what happens when you have samadhi? What happens when you have any type of an experience of even a lower samadhi? Do you know what happens? One Swami, let me give you what happened. There was a devotee in Hollywood who, in the 1980s, he was a hardcore sadhaka. So he was doing his practices, very faithful to Sri Ramakrishna, to the divine. What happened was he caught AIDS, and he ends up in the hospital. In that experience, he's abandoned. There is nobody there. His partner, his family, everybody has abandoned him. In that experience, when he's by himself, there's no one there, he has some otherworldly experience, what he called samadhi, a glimpse. In that experience, what awakened within him? When you have an experience of samadhi, like the one Swami Bhajananda had, he told me what awakens, you experience you're not the body, you're not the mind, you are the spirit. And what ends up happening? A portion of your mind called Medha begins to awaken. Called a pragya samskara. A mind, an aspect of your mind starts to awaken. What is Medha? Your higher spiritual intelligence. That aspect of your mind which was covered, your buddhi. The reason we chant Gayatri mantra is to awaken the buddhi, the be. What happens in this case? Medha is awakened. Who is Medha? Our higher spiritual intelligence. What is he? He now becomes our GPS, our God pointing system, our Guru pointing system. He starts to tell you what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad, he or she. And when that awakens, all of a sudden, now my lower mind asks questions to my higher mind. This is what's happening in the Chandi. Suratha represents us and all of our lower tendencies. And now the need to pull, the need to go further. So he asked Medha. He says, Medha, we find ourselves attached. And we know what's causing the attachment. We know what's causing this pain and suffering, but we can't let go. Why? And that's now when Meda will start to reply. Our higher intellect will start to describe experiences to show us the way out.
Two quick comments. Why then Surata should be called Duvrata? Because of what he experienced, all these memories and dancing thoughts. So why was he named Surata?
Well, Surata here, Surata means, he has so in spiritual life, you have to have a good body. You have to have a good mind. Also, Sura, another meaning in Sura, which means noble qualities. Ta means mountain up. So he's a person of a mountain of good, godly virtues. Okay, so he has all these virtues.
But he didn't know. He didn't know that he had.
But he's fallen prey.
Yeah.
Same thing like anytime, even yogis fall prey. Okay? So he's fallen prey. So yes.
And second, Meda Iti Prajna should be a better word.
Well,
Prajna
it
is
is-
deep wisdom.
It is deep wisdom, yes. So Meda here, Meda is that higher, finer spiritual intelligence that we're talking about. And I was referring to one samskar, pragya samskar, that the Swami said when you experience samadhi, this samskar awakens within you. But the idea here is that, so the higher intelligence awakens within us. Okay. And now what is that higher intelligence going to say? So, at this point, then, the question is asked, what causes attachment? And Meda says, the cause of delusion, your attachment, is due to Mahamaya. Nidai vasa jagan murti taya sarvam idam tatam tatapi tat samutpattir bhuta shru yadam mama. She, the Divine Mother, is eternal, having the world as her form. She pervades all this, yet she takes many forms. She creates this universe, Shrishti. She is the cause of bondage, Nigraha. But she is also the cause of liberation, Anugraha. She creates this world. How does she create this world? Through her Jiva Shrishti. Through her Ishvara Shrishti. Ishvara means God. Shrishti means project. From her own being, she projects out this universe. All the names and forms that we see are nothing but her projections. And she causes bondage through attachment. So we all see the same things. But our own mind colors these objects. I give it meaning and value. And based on my meaning and value, I like certain things and I don't like certain things. So I see someone, I may say, okay, you're just a stranger to me. But to another person, you're a mother. Another person, you're a wife. So we see the same object, we give meaning and value. Some people, and we react differently. The memories of sukha and dukkha cause our attachment, pleasure and pain. We may all have the same president. And we may say, some may say, I really like this president. And some may say, I really don't like this president. We color the way we see the world with our own mind. This is Jiva Shrishti. So she creates this bondage. And through her grace, she can remove all these projections. Through her grace, we can start to see objects as they are. Not that I'm going to impose my own mental conditionings on what I see. I can see things clearly. And eventually she can even dissolve all the names and forms so that there's just an ocean of consciousness. So now now the Meda says, I'm going to illustrate the power of Mahamaya with the following stories. And thereafter, the sage narrates the first myth of the manifestation of the Divine Mother. What was that story now? So, he now goes into the story, what we're going to call having the state of Thomas. During the period of cosmic dilution, when the universe was one vast stretch of causal ocean, Lord Vishnu reclined on a serpent, Adisesha. He's reclined on a serpent there, below him. He was in a state of deep mystic sleep. Yoga Nidra. Now from Vishnu, 2 terrible demons sprung from the wax of Vishnu's ear, and they sought to kill Brahma, the Lord of creation. Brahma, who's sitting on the lotus, then extols, saying that these 2 demons are going to kill me. He then extols the Divine Mother, requesting her to awaken Vishnu so he can kill these 2 demons. The Devi is then extolled by Brahma as the incomparable goddess. Thereupon, the Devi, who herself causes delusion, withdrew herself from every part of Vishnu's body. Released from the influence of Yoga Maya, Lord Vishnu awoke, and he saw these 2 evil demons, Madhu and Kaitava, trying to kill Brahma. So what does Lord Vishnu do? He fights with the 2 demons for 5,000 years, using his own arms as weapons. And the fight goes on, but no one's winning. It's a stalemate. So what happens? The Divine Mother comes back again and deludes the 2 demons into thinking that they're so great, so powerful. And under the delusion, the 2 demons tell Lord Vishnu, "You fought a good fight. Ask a boon from us." And what does Lord Vishnu say? He says, "Then allow me to kill you." And then the 2 demons all of a sudden awaken from this delusion. And they say, "What did we say? What did we do?" And now they're trying to look for a way to get out of this. And they see that there's water everywhere. And they tell Vishnu, "Kill us at the spot where there is no water." And what does Lord Vishnu do? Lord Vishnu takes his thigh and he merges it out of the water. He takes the 2 demons onto his thigh and with his discus chops off their head. This is the first story. Now, it's a very simple story. What does it mean? And more specifically, what does it mean to us? So, when we start to decode this, it talks about here is that what's going on? Lord Vishnu is in deep mystic sleep. This is the time, what we call pralaya, the time before creation. So it's the state of pralaya, deep kind of a mystic sleep here. For us, it is when our ego is covered in tamas and we don't feel alive. We feel darkness. We feel lethargic. Okay? We are in this kind of like this sleep mode. We're living, but we're not really living. We're asleep. Have you ever experienced that? You're sort of sleepwalking through life, going through a routine. You're asking about this. This is what we're explaining now. We're just going through life, going through the motions. Sometimes even when we do pujas here, sometimes I'm just doing, it becomes mechanical. I'm going through it as a mechanical motion. I'm not awake to it. Madhu and Kaitava come from the wax of Vishnu's ear. So, they are born from darkness. And they represent the tamasic ego, when the ego is very clouded. Who is Madhu? Who is Kaitava? We talked about this last time. What do they symbolize? You guys remember? Desire? No, not quite desire. Okay, let's go. What does Madhu mean? Let's go back to the etymology. What? Sweet. Okay, Madhu can be sweet. It can also mean honey, right? Honey or sweetness. What does Kaitava mean? Huh? Not difficult things, at least in the one interpreter. Yeah, he's going to say it. Go ahead.
Insects.
Yeah, he's very avid about this retreat. Okay, Kaitava comes from Kitu, means insect. Here the meaning is you have honey and honeybee. All right? So Madhu is defined here as the sweetness. The sweetness of what? The sweetness of being in ignorance. The sweetness of being in darkness. When Madhu and Kaitava are born, what do they want? They want to maintain darkness. Brahma wants to project out the world. Madhu and Kaitava don't want to have anything else to do with this. They want darkness. Madhu is the sweetness of being in ignorance and the things we use to numb ourselves to keep us in ignorance. So, to keep ourselves from facing the pains and the struggles. So it could be like drinking, daydreaming, distractions, things that we use to avoid situations. Kaitaba, what did I say kaitaba was?
Honeybee.
What kind of insect?
Honeybee.
A bee. What does a bee do when you poke the honeycomb? What does it do?
Stings.
It stings you. Kaitaba is the stinging voice, the critical voice within us, the judgmental voice that says, the conscious, but the negative conscious voice that says, you're not good, you're not worthy. Whenever you try to go out of darkness, it wants to pull you back in. You can't go for that job. You're not smart enough to apply for that. Don't try to do that. Why do you want to exercise today? Just stay in bed another day. What's another day going to mean? Kaitaba is the critical voice, that judgmental voice, that tells you, don't even try. The negative voice that holds you back from facing uncomfortable things. You'll never lose weight, so why try? When I start up a talk sometimes, and I'm looking at a blank piece of paper, my mind's telling me that you're not smart enough to write this. People are not going to appreciate it. So why even do it? Madhu is the craving to remain in ignorance. The sweetness of being in ignorance. Kaitaba is the aversion. Aversion of what? Of moving out of the darkness. Of aversion of facing painful things. When are they activated? When do they arise within us? Well, they arise usually when we're in depression, when we're overwhelmed, when we're lazy. They give us limited messages of fear. This is all about fear. It's all about how I can hide. This is about what we call about hiding from facing reality and remaining in darkness. And the number one thing is fear. What are we doing? We don't want to face fear. We're hiding from fear. And so, fear causes us to contract rather than open. We're afraid of the criticism we may get if we do something, the rejection that we may get, the unknown. We're afraid, unless we have security, we're not going to take a next step. We're afraid of our past or maybe what the future holds. What causes Madhu, when you manifest Madhu and Kaitaba, how do you feel? How do you feel inside?
Pessimistic.
Pessimistic,
Pessimistic,
yeah. Yes. So let's go back. What are the qualities of the that you feel? What does honey feel like?
It's sweet.
Sticky.
Sticky.
You feel stuck. When you're indecisive. That's Madhu and Kaitaba holding you back. You don't know which direction to go. If you eat too much honey, what happens? You get lazy. You get lethargic. You don't want to move. You're stuck. You procrastinate. You feel fatigued, hopeless, disinterested, dull. You feel lonely at times. This is Madhu and Kaitaba. Helpless. You ever sometimes, your kids, the kids who are growing up from the Indian American side, we're neither American, neither Indian. Sometimes we grow up in a generation which we feel alienated. We feel lonely. We don't know who to identify with. And I know sometimes I feel my parents, when they come here, they're not really, especially if you come to spiritual life, you're neither connected with the world outside, and sometimes it's hard to get connected with the divine. There's a point where you're lonely. I'm not connected to God yet, I'm not connected to the world. What do I do? That's Madhu and Kaitaba there. What are the physical sensations you feel? Physically, how do you recognize Madhu and Kaitaba? You start to have tensions. Anxiety. Your consciousness is contracted. Sometimes you feel constipated. You feel tightness. You feel sleepiness. You don't want to get out of bed. What happens? You feel like pulling away from life. You feel withdrawn. what story starts playing in your mind? Remember I talked about state of mind creates a story. You start reacting to life with the story. The story that plays in your mind, you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not pretty enough. You feel hopeless. You feel like you're a failure. You have regrets. You have pain. You have depression. One person, I was in Canada, she was asking the Swami, her son passed away when he was 25 years old in a motorcycle accident. She was an Indian mother. And she was telling the Swami, what karma did I cause to have my son be killed when he was 25 years old? And she kept herself locked in her house. I know another parent back East Coast, he pushed his son to go to the Ivy League school. He was a chemical engineer, and he got a great job afterwards. After 1 year of graduating from his master's in chemical engineering, having a successful job, he shot himself. And the father lived with that for the rest of his life. He created a shrine to his son, but he never went out. He felt hopeless, kept blaming himself for pushing his son so much. This is Madhu and Kaitaba.
Guilt.
Yes, guilt. So, what happens? You start taking escape mechanisms. I use this term, avoida Vedanta. Not Advaita Vedanta, avoida Vedanta. What do? You start turning to the junk food.
Yes.
You start TV binging. Start watching the internet. Some people hardcore drinking. You start trying to keep yourself distracted. Sometimes it's keeping ourselves busy from having to face what we need to face. We use distractions. We develop fantasies. We have excuses. If you hear this language, I would do it, but if only this were to happen, then I'll do it. Why me? Why me? That's another Madhukaitava language. I would do it, but when you hear the but, that's Madhukaitava, holding you back. Let me give you my own experience. When I was a novice monk, after about 4 years, we're expected to go to India. I joined in America, in Hollywood, as Brother Shankar was there in Hollywood. And after about 4 years, I went to India. We have a training center. And the training center is for 2 to 3 years. I went for 3 years. And it's a very difficult life. You wake up at 3:30 in the morning, and you go to meditation, you have duties, I think we have 5 classes during the day, 5 or 6 classes during the day, and we have evening meditations, we have other serving duties, and we go to sleep finally by about 10:30 to 11 o'clock. It's a spiritual boot camp, and you have to go. There are bells ringing 25 times to change your routine. And you have acharyas, your acharyas, your teachers, pacing the walls, making sure everybody's up. So it's a really stressful, difficult, but it's a worthy way. But I ended up going, when I left here, I'll tell you, I was in the airport, we had these various swamis, Sarva Devananda was there. I was the first American-born Indian to ever join. And as a result, the first one going from the Hollywood Center to this training center. So it was a big deal. There's a lot of expectations on me. So I left the airport, all the swamis were writing notes, and, may Thakur's blessings be on you. And I had to live up to this big thing. First day I got there, I went to a training center. I wanted to impress the brahmacharis. So what I ended up doing? I ended up going to our evening prayers. And in the evening prayer, the first one there's an asana in the middle of the temple, the shrine room. And in there, I sit next to that asana. As what happens? I find that as the other monks come in, they start to sit, but they sit about 10 to 15 feet away from that asana. So everybody's sitting away, building up. And I'm wondering, why is everybody sitting away? I'm right next to this. What ends up happening is the general secretary of our order, which is general secretary is like our CEO of our order, comes and sits on that asana. And it's out of respect. We're not supposed to sit close to that. There should be a little bit of space. I didn't know that. I was sitting there, and in America, we're not used to sitting on it with our legs cross-legged. So as I was sitting, my legs start to become very numb. As they become very numb, they can't move. So I find myself now in a position where I can't move, and I'm sitting next to the General Secretary of our order, and he's looking at me like, who is this boy? And all the brahmacharis are looking at me, oh my God, you see this? Ore Baba, he's sitting right next to me. What's going to happen? As I'm sitting, I'm going through the arati, what happens? I'm going through this painful experience, and then tears start coming out of my eyes because of the pain I'm experiencing in my legs. The brahmacharis, the novice monks are looking at me. Oh my God, what love for God he has! Wow, we've never seen this! So after everybody ends up leaving, I end up rolling around, finding the pillar, pulling myself up to the pillar till I get blood in my legs, and then walk out. I couldn't speak Bengali very well. I didn't know Sanskrit very well. Just imagine if your kid was being put in this situation. You don't know the Indian customs very well. And so whatever you're doing, I felt I'm always being watched at. I'm looked at. When you're in the tamasic state, you feel like a victim, you feel everybody's looking at you, and you want to withdraw from that attention. And what was the duty when I started eating? You know, in India we eat with our hands. We sit on the floor, eat with our hands. As I'm eating the dal and the rice, I'm finding that it's coming out over my hands and landing on my dhoti. And I'm having what's called a very colorful, what's called tie-dye dhoti. I have my first duty, it's called serving duty. Serving duty means there's a line of monks that are sitting, and we have a bucket. It's a bucket of dal, and a bucket of, we have buckets of curry. So what would happen is you first put the rice on the metal plates, and then what do? You put the dal. Guess what happens when you put dal on a metal plate? What happens, do you think? It splashes. Where does it splash? All of a sudden the monks that are sitting there, their dhotis are also colorful and tie-dye. And I'm getting hollered at. And in India, when we have classes, you ask. They don't ask questions. The brahmacharis just sit there. It's called Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. They listen, they internalize, and they just meditate on it. I'm raising my hand, asking questions. And every time I'm raising, finally got to the point where the Swami's like, I don't want you to ask any questions. Before you ask any questions, I want you to ask 4 people. If they tell you can ask the question, then you ask the question. Do you understand? Yes, Maharaj. Do you have 4 friends? Yes, Maharaj. Okay, then you ask them. And then I'm finding myself being humiliated, and then, what did I do wrong? And then I have to end up making pranams to the Swami because they're saying this is disrespectful. I don't know why I'm making pranams, I make pranams. This whole thing is going on, and as everything, the worst thing that happened was the Swami that I really loved, who was this one Swami who I really was my acharya, and I came specifically to learn from him. He said I was getting too dependent on him. He says we cannot talk for 3 months, and that just tore my heart out because he was my support. And now when I didn't have him, now the story in my head is I'm not a monk. I can't. Why am I here? I should just take off now. I shouldn't be here. I can't speak Bengali. What? I felt like the victim. This story's going on in my head. So, when that happens, what do we find? Now, what I'd like for you to do, since I've shared my story, I want you to go into your page here. You see, you have your, go to page. I want you to find your Madhu and Kaitava. So, we're going to explore question number 3. Everybody go to the first page, question number 3. Okay? Is everybody there? Mm-hmm. All right. This is the question. Let me read this question. In what areas of your life do you feel stuck, resistant? What do you avoid? These things can be large or small, important, trivial. List 3 things that you... I'm going to give you some examples to help you out here, on the board here. So look at this. Example number, these are from previous retreats here. A person says, I avoid saying no to requests because I don't like to disappoint others. I avoid doing my spiritual practices like meditation, japa, and reading. I avoid thinking about who will take care of me when I get older. This is a fact that I know, especially in the Indian culture, where we're so used to being taken care of in India. Now the parents are finding out What's going to happen when I get older? I'm getting older. What do? We tend to avoid that situation because we don't want to look into it. The kids don't take care of us. What's going to happen? Is that your Madhu Kaitava? I avoid routine and exercising. So for this, why I want you to write, this is only for you, not to share. But we're going to be talking, we're going to be doing a prayer. And in the prayer, you're going to need the information from question 3 and 4. So right now, take 1 minute, write down your answer for number 3 on the piece of paper. What areas of your life do you feel stuck or resistant? What do you avoid? Oh, I'm sorry, I took the paper. Anybody has an extra pencil or paper? A pencil? Oh, we have extra pencils over here. Okay. Let's go to the next question. Question number 4. Oh, I don't know. This. Question number 4 is exploring Madhu's attraction. The sweets Madhu offers often serve to distract us so that we avoid the things we must inevitably face. Name some distractions you tend to use. And here, one of the retreatants said, I watch TV instead of doing the dishes. What are the distractions you tend to use? I eat ice cream and cookies to ease my anxiety. I watch the news and YouTube videos when I'm tired instead of reading or going to bed. I tell myself I'm too busy now and will do my spiritual practices later. What are the distractions you use to inevitably not face the things that you should face? What distractions do you use? Okay, let's continue on. So when does Thomas end? When does this depression end? When does it end for us? It ends in agitation. It ends when we say, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. What now? What next? What now? What next? And this is Brahma. From the lotus, from the navel of Vishnu, arises a lotus. That lotus represents the blossoming of consciousness. From that consciousness, Brahma arises. Who is Brahma? Brahma is the force, the creative force, the force to awaken the deep desire within us that wants to change. Brahma is that which wants to do something. Brahma is our freedom of will, our expression of will. And it's enslaved by Madhu and Kaitava. It's enslaved by its addictions. It wants to break free.
And who is that at Vishnu's feet?
That's Shakti. We'll talk about that later. But Brahma wants to break free from this. But being entangled, being helpless, because Madhu and Kaitaba, these addictions, these past scars want to pull us down. Feeling afraid and helpless, what does he do? The only thing he can do, he prays. And he prays to who? He prays to the Divine Mother. And what does he pray? He prays the Brahmastiti. So let's chant a little bit of this, because by listening to this chant, if you're in tamas, it will awaken your tamas. So those of us together who can chant along with me. We'll chant a little bit here. Tvam swaha, tvam swatha, tvam hi vashatkara soratmika, shuddha tvam akshare nitye, hridat matratmika stita, artha matra stita nitya, yanuscharya visheshataha, tvameva sa tvam savritti, tvam deva janani para, Tvayaitat daryate vishvam, Tvayaitat srijyate jagat, Tvayaitat palyate devi, Tamatsante cha sarvada, Vishishtal shrishti rupa tvam, Stiti rupa cha palane, Tata samriti rupante, Jagatosya jagadmaye, Mahavidya mahamaya, Mahameda mahasmriti, Mahamoha Chavavati, Mahadevi Mahasuri, Prakristvam cha sarvasya, Gunatraya vibhavini, Kalaratri Maharatri, Moharatrischa daruna, Tvam Shri Tvam Ishvari Tvam Hi, Tvam Buddhir Bodha Lakshana, Lajja Uttishtata Tushti, Tvam Shanti Shanti Revacha, Gadini Shulini Gora, Gadini Chakrini Tata, Shankini Chapini Mana, Ushundi Parigayuda, Somya Somya Tarashesha, Somyes Vyaspati Sundari, Para Paranam Parama, Tameva Parameshwari, Yacha Kinchit Vachit Vastu, Sadasat Dvakilatmike, Tasya Sarvasya Ya Shaktihi, Satvam Kinstu Yase Maya, Yaya Tvaya Jagat Shrishta, Jagat Patati Yo Jagat, Sopinitra Vashanita, Kastvam Stotu Mihishwara, Vishnu Sharira Ahamishana Evacha, Karitaste Totastvam, Kastotum Shaktiman Bhave, Satvam Mityam Prabhavair, Swairudayar Devi Samstuta, Mohayaita Durardarsha, Asura Madhukaitadao, Prabodhascham Jagat Swami, Niyatam Achyuto Ladu, Bodhascha Kriyatamasya, Hantu Meta Mahasurao. What is Brahma saying? He is saying, Tvam Shri, O Mother, you are the good fortune and prosperity in me. Tvam Ishvari, Mother, you are the controller within me. Buddhi Bodha Lakshana, you are my intellect associated with understanding. You are the Bodha Lakshana, you are my higher intellect. Lajja, you are the shyness I feel when I'm doing something wrong. Pushtiti, you are the strength that nourishes me. Tushtihi, you are the comfort, you are the contentment within me. Shanti, you are the peace in me. Kashanti, you are the forgiveness I feel for myself and for others. And what is his son Kalpa? What does he ask for at the end of this prayer? He says, O Mother, may you delude Madhu and Kaitaba and awaken Vishnu to have him slay the demons. For us, what does this translate to? O Mother, may you control these desires within me. May you awaken my consciousness, Vishnu, and give me the power and strength to battle my cravings. May you give me the motivation and willpower to kill these impulses. For those of us who cannot chant this, another way to awaken out of tamas is to do a certain mudra and chant a simple mantra. We're going to do this today. So what I'd like you to do right now is everybody, I saw this by one of your teachers here, who spoke last November about the Chandi a little bit. You introduced, you spoke, okay. Rita, I heard your talk, and you talked about these, and I just wanted to, she talked about these mudras, and I thought we can, and the way she talked about it, and I was sort of correlating different mudras with the different chapters. So, let's do the chin mudra. Maybe you can show us, is it the chin mudra, how is it? Could you show us the way it's done? So, just like this, as I understand, and hands should be on your knees. Is this correct? Okay? This mudra, as I remember, as you said, lifts life's dull energy. Placing your hands on your knees. So let's do this. We're going to chant, we're going to put our hands in this mudra, okay, on your knees. We're going to take 3 deep breaths, and then we're going to chant this. We're going to chant it together. Let me just repeat it once.
I can come up and show it to you.
You can show everybody, sure. And just as she's coming up, do you see this mantra? We're going to chant this. Om, Ain, Hrim, Klim, Chamundaye, Viche. We're going to do this mantra 10 times with this. No, but that's what she's just showing the mudra really quick.
Yeah.
What the proper
So you
mudra.
just hold it straight and hold your thumb and finger. This is a chin mudra, and you can keep it either on your thigh, like this, cross-legged like this. But you can also use the chin mudra at your heart level or at your mega level, and it will activate different chakras.
So this one I prefer because we're talking more about the Muladhara chakra.
Yes,
So
exactly.
let's work on the
Yes.
lower chakras here. This is where we're at now, okay? So on your thighs with the hands, and together we're going to chant this 10 times. And think about
Just gently. You don't have to. It will make a difference if you shouldn't pull your finger in. Just gently touch the thumb and the 4 fingers,
now.
and keep it straight. The other 3 fingers.
Let's begin with taking 3 deep breaths. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. And now, visualizing your Ishta, Devata, or the Divine Mother, let us chant this 10 times together. Om Aim Hrim Klim Chamundaye Viche. 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 What happens is within us the Mahakali power arises within us. The divine Shakti. Who is Kali? Kali is that destructive power, the devouring power of God, who takes this form. She's black in color, symbolizing the destruction of tamasic ego. With her lower right hand, she's the granter of boons. She's saying, your prayers have been heard. My grace will descend. With her upper right hand, the Abhaya Mudra, she's showing fearlessness. She's saying, don't be afraid. Everything will be taken care of. I'll protect you. With her upper left hand, she holds the sword of knowledge. She has the capacity to cut through all your difficulties, your addictions and problems. And with her lower left hand, she holds a decapitated head, which symbolizes the destruction of the tamasic ego. And behind her, her hair is free and flowing, symbolizing freedom from our own compulsions. When that Shakti power arises within us, we get the power of Ma Kali to fight. And what happens? In the story, she withdraws her delusion from Yoga Nidra, and Lord Vishnu gets up. He sees the two demons, and he starts fighting. And he fights for how long? For 5,000 years. What happens to us when that power awakens within us? When all of a sudden the tamasic energy starts to drift away, we start to wake up. We become aware of the problems and situations we are in. We become aware that our actions are causing problems, consequences to others. Our problems have effect. We become aware of the damage we're doing to ourselves and the damage we are doing to others. And we begin to take action, responsibility, and we struggle and we fight. And Vishnu fights for 5,000 years. But that fight was a stalemate. So what happens? The Divine Mother comes again to delude the demons into thinking they're so great. And finally they get killed by Vishnu. What happens with us? After we struggle and struggle and struggle with our own tamasic ego, after we're struggling with the pain of not letting go of the memories of those that we've loved, and we can't move on with our lives because they still haunt us, what does the Divine Mother do? She comes, she weakens the energy of that samskara until they begin to float away, and we're free from the compulsion of drinking, of eating, from feeling like a loser. And we feel free. So, for me, when I was back in training center, I went to a Swami, and I told the Swami my problem, that I'm about to leave. I don't know, I don't think this is for me. What did the Swami tell me? The Swami told me, go to Holy Mother's shrine and with open eyes pray to the Divine Mother, pouring your problems out to her, telling her about all your difficulties and your situation. And he specifically said, looking at her eyes, where was Mahamaya residing in Vishnu? Harineta Kritalayam. She was residing in Vishnu's eyes. She put Lord Vishnu to sleep. She was awakened. She removed from the eyes, and she became and Vishnu awakened. Praying to Mother, looking at her eyes, talking about all my problems, telling her what I was in. I started talking to her, and it happened for about weeks, addressing her with open eyes. What started happening after about 2 weeks was I started feeling calm. I started feeling that I was being heard. I started feeling that somehow I was being supported. And when I was sitting there in Mother's Shrine, that one Swami who I told you, who didn't want to talk to me for 3 months, all of a sudden he left a gift, a little bag of prasad, next to me where I was sitting. And he said, it's time. Let's now connect. All of a sudden, the duty that I had, the serving duty that I had, where I was getting everybody, splashing all this doll at everybody, I got changed. My duty became working in the shrine room of Sri Ramakrishna. So in the bedroom, we have the meditation hall. Above the meditation hall, there's Ramakrishna's bedrooms and all his relics, his forks, his spoons, his mosquito net. My job was to clean them. And these brahmacharis, these monks who wasn't talking to me, I found out why they weren't talking to me. They felt they weren't good in English, so they felt embarrassed talking to me. What did I end up doing? I ended up playing volleyball with them. And through volleyball, I was speaking Bengali, they were speaking a little bit of English, we were able to connect. And how did we connect? They started telling me jokes. That was our connection. And I started feeling a sense of release. So, for most of us, is what I've discovered is that when you pray to the Divine Mother, what will happen to you? When you see this picture in front of you, how do you feel? Do you feel a sense of love, understanding, acceptance? Do you feel a sense of openness and connectedness? You know, many of the Indians I'm talking about, like I'll say a generation, my father, for example, they were very close to the Swamis, Swami Swahananda. When Swami Swahananda passed away, all of a sudden they have no connection anymore. And there's a generation who we were connected with, they're gone. And you get to a point where you can't tell your children about these things, you can't tell your wife about these problems. Who do you talk to? You don't have such close friends you can open up to. You can only go to one source, that's the Divine Mother. And in that connection, you feel consolation. Physically, you begin to feel lighter. Sometimes tears get released from you. You start to feel a sense of expansion. You feel that she's absorbing your guilt, your pain, and your grief. She's like a sponge. The problems don't necessarily get solved, but they get dissolved. And you feel a sense of peace. And ultimately, you feel like she's beginning to take the responsibility. All this is not on my shoulders. She starts to take the burden away from you. How would you recognize her grace if it came to you? How would you feel her grace? Maybe a new perspective opens up. There was a question that was asked to you. How do you recognize God's grace? I think that was one of the questions. A new perspective opens up. A new meaning comes to you. A new insight. A new way of seeing that you never thought was possible. A new door opens up that you never thought was even a door that existed. And it's not dependent on any outside. And the addiction, the problems feel lighter, and you feel, I can do something now. I can do something. So to summarize this, what you're beginning to see is that when you discover the need to change, when you feel helpless, and you find no other solution, you begin to turn to that divine source, the Divine Mother, and you link with her. And in the Chandi, the first section is about through prayer. And when you link with her through your prayer, a download occurs. And in that download, you get ideas, Brahma, creativity. You get strength and power. And I want to close off this session by talking about how do we pray? Prayer is probably, I think, one of the easiest and most practical of all spiritual practices. It just requires you to converse with the Divine Mother about your own problems. And the more problems you have, the more food you have for sadhana. The more you can talk to the Divine Mother. And what you'll notice is you're talking to the Divine Mother, one or two things will keep coming up again and again. Those are what we call our immediate needs. These are the things that need to be addressed. And with the practice of the presence of Mother, also, when you see her, don't address her as you. She's living. She's manifesting. And you address her in the second person, not third person. You are here. Twam Swaha. I give you my offerings. You are the offerings. I'm offering to you. It is a direct experience of you and me. There's nobody else. Would you like this, mother? Would you like a sip of water? And talk to her about your problems. As you do this, you feel a sense of relief, unloading, and connection. And Holy Mother would say, Ramakrishna is pacing in your heart. She's pacing on the roof. He's pacing on the roof of your heart. Back and forth. Where's my devotees? Where art thou? Where art thou? All you have to do is call on her. And you can't continue to pray without having some faith that somebody's listening. You begin to feel, yes, I may not see the listener, but I begin to feel that I'm speaking into a receiving awareness. An infinitely loving being who's receiving what I'm saying. She's conscious, receptive, and responsive. And the more you pray, the more you feel she's listening. But you may not get a response. And as your heart becomes more sensitive, after some times, you begin to recognize the action of God. You begin to recognize her grace. One way I've discovered to be in relationship with the Divine Mother is ask the Mother what you want without, ask a question and let it go. Ask a question and let it go. Why it's so powerful? Because when you ask a question without looking for an answer, like, what is the way through this? You're bypassing the mind. Usually when we pray, we're looking for confirmation on something we already know. Here, ask the question, create a space within you, and be assured that the Divine Mother will fill in that space in the proper time. So, the last exercise today for session 1 is I want you to now just close your eyes, and we're going to formulate a prayer to the Divine Mother. This is going to be your prayer. So I'd like you to close your eyes for a moment here. Think of an issue that you are having difficulty with. Think of something, the things you avoid or you distract yourself with. And take a few moments just to breathe in and out. Now envision yourself in a place of quiet and beauty. Upon arrival at your sacred place, imagine a powerful tree of wisdom, its roots in the earth and branches in the sky. Envision a being of love and compassion, such as the Divine Mother, sitting under this tree, the Kalpatur tree, and allow her presence to fill your heart. Allow her serenity to calm your mind. You are facing her, sitting across from her. Looking into her eyes, what would you like to openly communicate with her? What feelings come up that you would like to intimately express? What is your difficulty or situation you want her to know? What is your prayer to her? Make your request to the Divine Mother and let it go. Offer it to her feet and just let it go. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Shri Rama Krishna Namaste. So this ends the first session Number one. It's 12 o'clock. What I'm going to do is we're going to take a break right now. And then I'm going to do the next two sessions in one. And we'll sort of summarize the 2 points. The next session is going to be about my Shastra. And this is the way your interpretation, I'm giving a different interpretation. It's a little bit different. I'm going to be speaking about my Shastra as that aspect, which the controlling side of us, our need for control, our need for power. And then we're going to go into Shubha and Nishubha, the pride, the spiritual pride we feel, and how to tackle both of them. And what is, from the Chandi, what is the sadhana that we can do. So, what I'd like to do now is let's take a break, and if you want, there are 2 questions in the that I'd like you to think about during the break. We can have a small discussion. I thought we could go to discussion groups, but I think it's going to be a little late. So why don't we just answer them in our own time? We can have a sort of a big discussion group here. So the questions that I would like you to think about would be, okay, so there are 2 questions here. You see number 8? Number 8 here. On the second page, number 8. How do you know you're in Thomas? And what are the ways to get out of it? This is the first question. How do you know you're in Thomas? What are the ways to get out of it? The second question I have for you, cross out number 7. Okay? The second question I have for you, how do you recognize divine grace? How do you recognize divine grace? So let us take, it's 12:03. How long should we pray for? 15 minutes? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? What should we do? How long should
15 minutes is good.
15 minutes, okay? 15 minutes, we'll take a break. And so, I think, do we have snacks? I don't know. Yeah. Anyways,
No snacks.
okay, all right, okay. Okay, that's fine. So,
Because they won't be back in 15 minutes if there's snacks.
okay,
That's
so,
the shock right
so
there.
10, if this is a restroom break, let's say 10 minutes. Try 12, say by 12:15, let's meet here. 12:15, okay? We'll start the next session.
That's always
I
one
wanted to
minute.
say
Just be
that we need to
15
start the mantra.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob.
So,
I'm good.
How do you know you're in Thomas, and what do you do about it? Anybody, raise your hand and I'll call people. So you're saying yes, yes.
Oh, I would just, I have to talk about it. I mean, I've graduated from Thomas, but still I can. But every now and then, when there is an adversity, suddenly it pulls you to a little bit of pessimism. Then you identify it right away. This is not where you don't want to be.
Right.
And you know, your regular prayers, your regular mudras and meditation and pranayama, that will lead you to get out of it. Your regular things.
That's true.
That's why I'm said I'm graduated from that
but she made an
stage.
important point. We are made of all three gunas.
Yes.
So you never actually graduate from Thomas. So
They push you back again.
you may be
Yes.
more predominant, your nature may be more predominant. When we say character,
Yes.
like when you think of maybe some like a really evolved Swami, a sattvic character, Rajasic character is a doer. But we still have all these gunas within us.
Sure.
So even the person who's very sattvic, there's going to be times when he or she feels resistant to doing things. They may be resistant to whatever situations. So there's pockets of Thomas within us, or sometimes it's much more manifest within us. But we really don't transcend it until we completely dissolve all gunas. From Prakriti completely detaches. Purusha detaches from Prakriti. So what I'm saying is that we all have these pockets within us. Sometimes we are feeling them more, sometimes less, but they still exist. So, but the question was still, how do we know we're in Thomas, and what do we do about it? This is a practical retreat, not theoretical. Yes.
Well,
and Thomas being that sense of inertia, that sense of laziness, depression.
You just know because you have this negative energy and you run into people with this negative energy. Everything around you becomes so negative.
Yes.
How you look at the world becomes so negative.
Yes.
But then you realize that, wait a minute, I haven't been doing my chanting.
Yes.
Because you need to have the focus of being able to have something that is permanent, or something that gives you that constant protection or constant kind of reinforcement.
Yes.
And the more you chant, the more you are steady, the more you can get out of it.
Yes.
I've noticed when I chant less, or when I do less of spiritual exercises, I become so negative.
Yes.
And how I reflect to people or how I interact with people becomes so negative. Even like we were talking about before about being in the line. Even when I'm in the line, I'm like restless and impatient.
Yeah.
But if I continue to do the chanting, or even if I do the chanting before I leave the house, everything seems okay. I can handle it.
Right. Until again, after a certain period of time, maybe again the clouds start to disperse within us.
Yes.
And then again, we probably have to still again at that time do the chanting. So that's good. Another point is, so it does create a state of mind. Remember, it creates the story that you see life through. So you were going to say something?
Yes, I have like Thomas in abundance.
Okay.
And
Can I get a pencil? Yes.
And
yes.
I see it mostly manifested in me in the mornings because I cannot get up, and one of the biggest manifestation in me is my inertia, because it just doesn't leave me.
Okay.
And I'm still struggling, to be very honest, to be out of it. So most of the times when I can pull my energies back and say I'm not going to surrender to it, is when I pull myself, but that happens very seldom, and I'm mostly, I would say, at the mercy of it.
Yes.
But one thing which I also notice is that though I have it, but I still continue to do my practices, but I feel that maybe there is a more longer way to go when I have to kill that particular time when it pulls me and drags me out and makes me very cozy, and I just don't want to give that up.
Okay, so it's a little bit willpower is what you're talking about, and you do some practices here. Anybody else? Thomas, yes?
For one reason, without any reason, sometimes I feel that inertia. There is no reason for it.
That's so there's no reason. Sometimes the clouds just cloud up the sky. So the gunas just cloud up our mind. at certain states of time. Maybe we can say, if you start to analyze, maybe we can start to see maybe there's some triggers, something we ate previously, something. Maybe if we start to detect, every cause has an effect. But you're right. Sometimes you feel like that.
I asked the same question to Swami Sarvapriyananda.
Yes.
And he said that means you still have some kind of an obstruction.
Okay. So there's an obstruction. So that's it. So that's
but
good.
I still don't know what is
What
the
that-
obstruction, how to,
Yeah.
But it's
get
an
rid of
indication
that.
then you're recognizing that an obstruction is there. So now we'll find out. But when you get into that, what do? How do you get out of it?
Well, sometimes I watch TV, sometimes I
Oh,
I
you
go to the exercise.
Okay, but that's
And
fine.
then-
Exercise.
Even if, I would say, even if you watch TV, can you watch something uplifting
Yes.
that will help, expand your sense of mind? Instead of pulling you down, use the instrument. Even sometimes they talk about listening to good music. One thing, sometimes we talk about when we're supposed to do our spiritual practices, sometimes morning and evening, we're not in the mood. Instead of jumping right into meditation and jump off, can we try to set the ambience, the mood? There's a whole ambience. So can you listen to some good music? Can you start to? You don't jump from first gear to fifth gear. You have to go in between gears. So what are some things that we do to get us in the mood until we go from, like we call pratyahara, scattered mind, to pointed, to start one-pointed concentration. So there's all these things that we can do to help get us in the mood for meditation. So sometimes we call yoga exercises, breathing exercises, listening to good music, reading something uplifting,
Exactly.
chanting. Thomas really is about doing something physical.
Yeah.
When you're in Thomas, it means you're lethargic, you're inactive. How do you counteract inactivity? You have to get movement. Brahma is about movement. What do you do to get movement? Another thing, when you're in Thomas, you're always constricted on why me, why me, why me? We have a devotee in San Diego, she's always saying, Swami, why isn't the temple open? Why isn't this thing open? Why? I'm feeling like this. And actually it was Brother Shankara, I think, that came in and said, you have to stop thinking about yourself. Do something for others. To expand your sense of self. Get into movement. So karma yoga is another way, doing something for somebody else, whatever it is, to get into movement. Break out of Thomas. Let me just add some other things. When you're in Thomas, it helps to be in routine. Routine pulls you out of the Thomas. No matter what you do, the routine will help you to break out of that inertia. You have to go to exercise. Routine. Also, another thing, many monks, when I was in Bellarmine, some of the monks, you'll see they can't sit and meditate, especially the young brahmacharis. What do they end up doing? Because so many thoughts in their mind, they get out of this chair and they start walking around the temple. Walking meditation, chanting their japa, movement. Anybody else has anything to add? Yes.
Well, I don't know whether I'm right here or not, but perceptions that play a key role in this pharmacy thing.
Right.
Because when you rationalize your perception, you get into reality and you act on it.
Okay. So that when you're in Thomas, it's usually very difficult to do that. You usually have to be Raja, Sattvic, because when you're in Thomas, it's very difficult to meditate. You tend to go to sleep when you're in Thomas. So perception means you're trying to rationalize with your intellect. So you have to have some power. Then Brahma is awakened. So you're trying to rationalize. How do you rationalize your Thomas away? Let me give you an example. Because if I'm to rationalize, sometimes for me I have to be more Rajasic or Sattvic for that willpower to start operation. In Thomas, I just have to do something. So I wanted to understand rationality, what do you mean?
Sometimes, like, if you have to go and write something, you bring things like, okay, I don't have time for writing. Then you rationalize saying, okay, if you don't do it now, there will be no other time, so you better get up and just write it.
I see. Okay, that's good. Anyway, you had a comment you wanted to make?
You have to be very careful about routine, because routine can make you go through the motions mechanically.
Right.
So you have to put your heart into it.
Right.
And that's to connect with some other idea or other power.
Correct. So here at the stage of Thomas, though, we want to get movement, so routine is necessary. So you'll find, like, at a certain level, at a certain point, you even have to go beyond routine. Or what you're saying is routine, you get stuck in the mechanics of that. So at a certain point, you have to even go beyond that. So remember, what we're talking about is stages of spiritual growth. When the mind feels like it's covered in ignorance, what are the practices you can do at that time? Routine is beneficial at that time. When you're at a different point of view, and a Rajasic mind will see, is routine necessary? So what I'm saying is, there are different practices for different states of mind, is what we're talking about today. Any last 2 points? Yes.
In my case, after being in tamas, brooding for a short while, consciously I think of my Ishta, Swami Yogananda-ji. Actually, his picture in front of me, Thakur and Mother, and very soon somehow there's some magic type that pulls me out of it, and I start doing something that I really would like to do, that writing poetry, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning or any time, and finding something good come out of it. I actually end up thanking Thakur for that state that I was in.
Wonderful. So you're doing some thinking about your Ishta, and reflecting and feeling the power of that sort of coming into you and then giving you inspiration. You had one last thought you wanted to make here.
It's not a policy question, actually. The state of clinical depression, what state would you put such a person in?
You mean within our map here?
No. I mean, we are talking about all those broodings and withdrawals and not wanting to get up or do anything.
Right.
There is another state which we term as clinical depression, bipolar.
Yeah.
What, if we were to put those in these categories, where would you put them?
Well, that definitely depression would fall into Thomas. Okay, so it's to me it's
even a clinical depression.
Yeah, so one who's really immersed in Thomas. So to me, it appears at least that would, Thomas would be one who's very clinically depressed.
Yeah.
And you're in the very heavy. There's a lot of baggage you're carrying. There's a lot of, you're in the bed. Your mind is very clouded, and so it's we have a person like that, and it's a good point. What do you do? Anybody have any? What does a person do to get out of that state of depression? Another suggestion. Let me tell you what this person who does. She's she is also clinically depressed. She comes to the temple. For her, the easiest thing is sadhu sangha, holy company. The reason she comes and bees with what you call spiritually uplifting people, she draws energy from that. That is one way to help that state of mind. Any other suggestions?
Counting your blessings instead of what you don't have. Focus on what you have.
So the attitude of gratitude.
Yeah.
Yes, Brother Shankar?
Anyone who's clinically depressed, that is a diagnosis. That is a psychological, psychiatric diagnosis.
Right.
Anyone who is clinically depressed needs to seek professional psychiatric and psychological help.
Correct.
They're not going to be able to move out of that state without some both medication and some serious counseling.
Correct.
This is what I tell people who come here who are in that state.
Right.
You must seek, and oftentimes there's great resistance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's at Thomas there also,
I just
Well,
want
if I
to
could add to that, I do find that in depression, the Holy Company coming here does help a lot. So
So that's a different kind of depression.
We're talking a very low level. Yeah.
I just want
Clinical
to second.
depression is a psychiatric diagnosis.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not. It is a brain chemistry issue.
So anyway, I think what you're talking about is sometimes when we do feel depressed, it does help to come here to be with the uplifting company.
Even severe depression seems to help.
Because
I just want to second the brother
Yes,
Shaskar's,
absolutely, yes,
at this,
right.
and then along with it, yes, the spirituality helps,
Right,
good social support,
right.
prayers, temples,
Right.
visiting, and all these helps. But he's definitely right. If it's a serious
Sure,
medical
absolutely.
depression,
You're right.
it needs different help.
Correct.
Along
Correct.
with that, this can be
Correct.
additional support
Absolutely.
system.
Can I say one thing? I was depressed one time, and I got a paper from my student, and he wrote, I was working and the whole wall fell on me, and they just told me that I'll be paralyzed from here
Oh
down.
my gosh.
And the first, so naturally, all the negativity, I thought, okay, my life is over.
Right.
So I was like that for like half an hour. Then I said, all the time I'm thinking, why me? There were hundreds of people. Why me? Why me?
Right.
And he says, no, why not me?
Right.
So he wrote a paper, and I read that. I said, oh my God! He came with a wheelchair in my class,
Wow.
and he says, why not me?
Why not me?
Why not me?
I see.
And then he said, do you see that girl sitting over there?
Yeah.
I said, yeah. I said, why, is she your girlfriend? He said, not yet, but I'm going to marry her. And he did.
You
5 years later, I met him, and he says, guess what? She's my wife.
Yeah.
Woo.
Wait, you remind me of one person. We had a person who gave a talk in San Diego. I'm just going to make a very quick, remarkable story. What happened? He's a Sufi Muslim. He's Indian from South Africa, and his son was killed at the age of 19. Asim Kamisa. His son was killed at the age of 19, and this is an incredible story of how he reconciled the killing of his own son, and the person who shot him was in a gang. And then what happened was he looked into the eyes of that person who shot his son, and he saw in the eyes of that person who shot his son, he recognized that this person is just a child of the divine. And then through a 10-year practice, he made that person his own son. And then he campaigned for that person's freedom. And so that person, because of his campaigning, eventually got freed. And now they both come on stage together. They have a whole movement about how to free ourselves from the most violent pain and depression. He talks about he was caught up in a story, caught up in things that he shouldn't have been in. And it was his responsibility, but he was such a young child and he did this. But the whole thing, I've never read in any scripture where the person who killed your own family member, you befriend them and they become your son. And this, if you look up asimkamisa.com, you'll read about his remarkable life and his story of how to, 3 stages, I forget the stages now, how he came to reconciliation, forgiveness, and then acceptance. This is what we call the true light of Vedanta. And this is the other extreme, from depression to making someone your own son. And then together they have a movement that they go into schools and talk. So anyways, you have one last, we have to keep going.
Really
yes.
quick. I was saying one of the other ways to get away from that tamas stage is being able to serve. Because I know God serves us and don't ask anything in return. And any opportunity we have to volunteer, serve the community, volunteer for the church, anything we can do outside of ourselves can help us.
It does.
Because body at rest stays at rest until acted upon by another body. So by you, I think it was Newton.
That's Newton's laws of physics.
So by us interacting, serving, it helps us come out of it.
Absolutely. The basis of law of karma yoga. Okay. I did put, I think we've filled the questions. Anybody wants to make something really quick about, what was the second question? We'll make just a couple comments. How do you recognize divine grace? Quick.
When totally out of the blue, unexpectedly, things start falling together in place. Things happen which I never even, what is called the thought good things, very positive things start happening.
So when something happens that you never expected,
Yeah.
and it just happened, we call this divine grace. Very good. Anybody else? Divine grace.
Yes, Shraddha, the extreme devotion that makes you feel as if whatever is happening is the grace.
That's true. See, he's coming to another level of divine grace. I'll just quickly say, we had one Swami Swananda, not Swananda, in charge of Berkeley. And there's a video clip of him saying, in a lecture, comes up to, he says, the Swami here was telling me that Sri Ramakrishna's grace is descended on this temple. We have devotees and plenty of money is coming. And then he goes on to say, do you mean to say that if money was not coming and devotees were not coming so much, Thakur's grace, divine grace would not be here? He says, I think not. Grace is always here. Very interesting point. Did you have any other point on divine grace?
The way I feel is every time my mind is so calm and quiet and happy and all those things, that's how I connect with myself. Wow, my grace is, I have that state.
Yes.
Yes. That's true.
So there's,
Yes.
I'll just give you this one thing. Grace, what's the term we use for grace? It's called what in Sanskrit? Kripa. Do you remember? So I've talked about this a little bit. Kripa comes from two derivatives, kri and pa. What does kri mean?
To do.
To do. What does pa mean? To receive. Okay. So one Swami told me grace has 3 levels. The first level, kripa, is you take one step, the divine takes 10 steps, but you have to make the first effort. So in Thomas, you have to make the effort, the struggle. The divine grace will come, but you have to make the effort. In the second level, what is focused on? Pa. God's grace is always blowing. The wind of God's grace is always blowing. We just have to be able to open our sails. We have to be able to recognize the divine grace around us. That's the recognition, the gratitude. Recognize the grace is always here. Just unfurl your mind to be able to catch it. He said then the third level of grace, kripa, and we see this when the Swamis at the end of their lives coming to Holy Mother's temple. You were the doer. You were the receiver. You were the kri, the doer. You were the pa, you're the receiver. It was you all along. You came in the form of this person to show me this lesson. You came in the form of this negative experience to help pull me out of Thomas, to awaken me up. You came in all these forms. Now I understand it was all you and you alone. This is it. Last, you had a yes.
Raj had a comment.
Raj.
Okay. Well, the way I see grace really coming, because we receive things from time to time. We also ask Mother to give us. But when we develop an attitude of giving in turn, then you appreciate that. Because when you give, you automatically receive.
And that's what you were talking about there, yes. Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, and especially when you give, don't set your expectations. Just give.
That's
Simply
true.
give. No expectation, no appreciate. Okay, if you get appreciation, fine. It doesn't, still you need to give.
Yes. What we call unconditional giving.
Yes.
What we as children, when our parents, we want unconditional love. We want to feel love just because we are the way we are. That's why you'll find you go to these highly evolved swamis. When you come to swamis like the Swahananda, these swamis, you feel their presence. You just feel love. They love me for who I am. It's not what I project. I'm not that I'm a good devotee or I'm a bad devotee.
Right.
I do this or I don't do this. They just love me for who and what I am, unconditionally. This is ultimately what the Divine Mother is. All right, let us now go into the second stage. We're not going to finish by 1 o'clock, just to let you know. So we'll try to go a little bit quicker. So now you're going to story number 2. Oh, this was the Divine Mother. This is a beautiful painting by Swami Tadatmananda of the Divine Mother, Holy Mother. And this is what I was talking about. When you look into her eyes, what do you feel? What do you experience? All right, now let's go into, and we talked about prayer. Okay, so we've now done the Thomas. We've moved out of Thomas. When we're in tamas, our mind is clouded. We're sort of in a stuck mindset, a fixed mindset. Through prayer, we evoke Mahakali, the power of Kali, to get us out of tamas. Now we're coming into the second story, which is about Rajas. So what happens? In Rajas, it begins with, the first story is really about, so it's about Mala, the impurities of the mind. We remove the impurities of the mind according to Panchadasi. The second story is about the agitated mind, Vikshepa. And so our mind is agitated and it's uncontrolled. And what do? In this agitated mind, we want control, we want power. And when we see that we're causing problems to others, ultimately we surrender. We surrender that power to the higher power. We awaken Durga, Lakshmi, and then she removes our rajas. So now the second story begins with the meditation of Mahalakshmi. The first story actually began with the meditation of Mahakali. And Kali, again, is that power which removes. It was removing our impurities, Mala. The second chapter begins with Mahalakshmi. Now, this is interesting. Why do we meditate on Mahalakshmi? When you see the second chapter, we invoke Mother Durga. And in the Durga, there's a series of battles that's going on. Lakshmi is that which gives. On her right hand, she gives you the power, she gives you wealth, she gives you beauty, Shri, she'll give you affluence. And in her left hand, she can give you spiritual powers. We talked about Viveka, Vairagya, in the 16th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, the Daiva Sampat, spiritual treasures. But why do we invoke Mother Lakshmi if it's all fighting that's going on? Do you have an answer for that?
Lakshmi?
Yeah. Why do we invoke Lakshmi in the second chapter here to begin?
Because you need the good qualities in abundance. Whatever is lacking, Mother provides those higher qualities.
Higher qualities. So what I was discovering is that every time the Mother, Divine Mother, is removing something in this battle, she's removing our impurities. When she removes something, she gives us something. So every time one layer of our negativity is being removed, it's being replaced with something positive. So what you're going to see is in the second chapter, every battle is a removal of the negative, of different identifications with our rajasic ego. And every time we remove something, a subtle spiritual quality is replacing that. Until when the rajasic ego is removed, what do we have? Ultimately, we end up with a sattvic ego. Alright, so let us begin here. Story number 2 then, for us, we've got out of tamas. Now we become successful. We have virtues, we become organized, we have capacities, we're daring, we become somebody, we become a manifester, we can do things, we're confident and persuasive. And now what happens, whenever we get a taste of name, fame, and power, if you're a professor and you get your tenureship, and now you're required to keep publishing, it's required for you now to get your name, you're a doctor, you want to put your name and fame out there. You want to hold on to these things. So what happens? Pride. So our virtues become vices. Our organizational capacities become obsessed. We become obsessed now. Our daring qualities become risky. Our confidence grows into arrogance. Our persuasiveness becomes domineering because we want to hold on to the name, the fame, the status we've become accustomed to. So, when this happens, you are going to develop the personality of Mahishasura. Let's get into the story. If I can turn this on here, hopefully it works. Put this on. Okay, so the story begins now. The story goes, in ancient times, when Mahishasura, a buffalo demon, was lord of the demons, and Indra was king of the heavens, there was a war between the gods and demons that lasted a full 100 years. The greatly virile demons defeated the army of gods. After conquering the gods, Mahishasura took over the world and heavens. The defeated gods went to Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu and complained about the atrocities of the demons. Hearing this, Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma and the other gods became angry. The rays of their power combined and coalesced to form the goddess Durga. The gods worshipped Ma Durga, and she roared and laughed, filling the sky with her sound. The gods claimed victory unto you, Jai Shri Durga, and filled with praises and devotion. The demon Mahishasura in anger exclaimed, "Ah, what is this?" He rushed towards the roar, along with his other demons, and he beheld the goddess. Pervading the three worlds, her feet touched the ground. Her crown scraped the sky. Mahishasura's army and generals fought the Divine Mother fiercely, and eventually they all got slain. Seeing his army destroyed, Mahishasura took the form of a buffalo and rushed to slay the mother's lion. But Durga stood firm. She, the great goddess, and he, the buffalo demon, came face to face. Mahishasura, with his nostrils flaring, and the mother, calm of gaze. Mahishasura struck the earth with his hooves and bellowed frightfully, "Who is this woman to stand in my way?" He advanced, and Durga, arousing her own rage, resolved to slay him. Mahishasura took the form of a buffalo and charged Mother Durga. Mother Durga threw her noose over the buffalo body and bound him tightly. Shaking convulsively, Mahishasura assumed the shape of a lion and slipped out of the noose, and then lunged at the Devi. And the Devi severed his head with her sharp-edged sword. But in an instant, Mahishasura reappeared as a man with a sword and a shield. And he was mighty and fierce to look upon. Before he could move against her, the Divine Mother cut him to shreds with a volley of arrows. Now Mahishasura, taking the form of an elephant, huge and menacing, he grasped her noble lion and dragged the lion along the ground, trumpeting wildly. And in a flash, Durga's shining sword descended and cut his trunk. Once more, Mahishasura assumed the form of a buffalo and caused the three worlds to tremble. Durga, angered with anger, drank a divine potion distilled from pure rajas. Her eyes reddened. Her hair blew over her face. Her expression grew frightful, and peals of bone-chilling laughter rolled off her lips. She leaped upon the buffalo demon and pinned his neck under her foot and pierced him with her spear. Trapped and crushed by her might, Mahishasura transitioned from his buffalo form into his true form. Thus, exposed and fighting still, he fell to the Devi Durga, beheaded by her great sword. Screaming and crying, the remaining demons ran away, and all the gods became joyous. And with satisfaction, the shining gods joined the great sages and sang the praises of the goddess. That is the story that Meda is telling Surata and Samadhi about the attachment of Rajas. When you're in Rajas, when you're seeing life through the filter of Rajas, you develop an agitated mind. And the story you have is what? The story you have is one who needs to be in control. You want to control others. You feel unless life is under your control, it's not going to work out. And what happens is if you're not in control, you get angry. So this is the story of Mahishasura. And how does Mahishasura fit into our life? Now, And here, if things don't go according to my plan, and if things don't go according to my control. So these are the things we're going to be looking at today. What do we want control over? We want control over our relationships. We want the power in the relationship. We want control over our reputation, our recognition, our status. We want control in our work, our finances. And what is it that scares us? Change scares us. Impermanence scares us. So this story begins with the Rajasic mind. And it deals with the Rajasic ego. Driven by what? The lens of desire. And the lens of desire creates the need for power, control, and greed. And it requires the fiery form of the Divine Mother to combat our worldly rajas. So let's go into the meaning of this now. First, the story begins with Indra. Who is Indra? Who is Indra? If I ask you guys, who is Indra in the story? It began with Indra, the king of the heavens, the god of the Devas. So he is in control. Indra is the controller of the Indriyas, the controller of our senses. And as long as he's in control, we are receiving information from our senses, we're taking that, we're processing it, and we're growing and evolving. This is Indra. Now what happens? Indra becomes less vigilant. We take things for granted. When we take things for granted, sometimes we're indulging in maybe a little bit of TV, we're indulging in things that we shouldn't, we're sort of like on a little bit on auto, we're thinking everything is good. And more, the asuras start to build up. And when they build up, all of a sudden, Mahishasura awakens. And he takes charge. He defeats the Devas. And now he takes charge of us. Who is Mahishasura? Mahishasura, what does Mahishasura, what does Mahisha mean? Mahisha? Buffalo. So, where does a buffalo like to live?
Water.
In the water, in mud. It likes to be covered. It likes to be veiled, covered, and it likes to be in water. Water represents desires. And it likes to be covered. So here, it's the ego that is covering the consciousness and is filled with desires. It represents the Rajasic ego. Again, the need for power, domination, and control from the turbulent mind, the Rajasic mind that it's experiencing. And it's, who is he controlled by? He has 6 generals. Who are the 6 generals? Udra, Karl, Mahahanu, Udatta, Tamara, Udgavirya. These are 6 generals. Who do they symbolize? The first one symbolizes lust. What is lust? Lust is our longing for gratification. Lust is the sense of the incompleteness we feel. Remember, we started off, why are we here? Is because we feel incomplete. And we need to complete. And so the ego is always grasping for something to make us feel complete. So the desires are nothing but it's grasping. The feeling, once I have this, once I eat this food, I'll feel complete. Once I have this person in my relationship, she'll complete me. This is feeling that the ego has, lust, lusting for things. What happens? We find that every time you grasp after something and you have it, what happens? It doesn't work. It's like putting something into your pocket, but your pockets have holes in it. It goes away. And that's why we talked about, remember I talked about this twice previously, but I love this example again. It's like, remember I talked about the diminishing sense of returns? Do you remember that example?
Yes. Beer.
Okay, so remember I talked about a professor in economics, talked about had a graph, and he used beer as an example, and he said, the first can of beer he drinks, the gratification is very good. The second can of beer, not as good as the first, but still good. The third can of beer, not as good as the second, but still good, until you get it to a sense of optimum point. He calls it the buzz. Not me, he calls it. The fifth can of beer, you start to feel dizzy. The 6th centimeter, you're going to vomit. 7th centimeter, you pass out. Everything has a sense of diminishing returns. Why you go to the restaurant, first time you eat, it's really great. When you invite your friends and family, it's good, but it's not like the first time. That's why Apple, remember, every 2 years they come up with an Apple phone. Because you get tired of the phone after 2 years. You need something else. Tatakim, what next? What next? So the ego is always grasping. Lust. If it's grasped and it's not able to grasp its desires, what happens? Anger arises. Anger is when we fail to satisfy our desire.
Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Then, if it satisfies its desires, what happens? Greed. It wants more. It wants better. It wants different. And once you have greed, then you have a sense of superiority, pride. You're better than others. And if you see someone else who has more than you, then jealousy. You have resentment towards others. All this creates moha, delusion. This is the Rajasic ego, Mahishasura. How did he become so powerful? How did he become so powerful? In the stories, Nanda Chandi, in the Devi Bhagavata, he was doing austerities. And Brahma came to him and said, ask a boon. What does any asura want? They want to be immortal. So that's what he requested. And Brahma said, anything that's born has to die. So then Mahishasura was trying to figure out, how can I be immortal? Okay, let me not be killed by any god or any man, thinking that would make him immortal. So that was the request he asked. Why and when does Mahishasura take over our lives? Why and when does Mahishasura take over our lives? When we feel our power, control, and image is threatened, Mahishasura starts to come. When we're rejected, when we're criticized, when we're disrespected, Mahishasura starts to come. Anybody here has ever been scolded by any of the swamis here? You know what it's like? People say in our San Diego, oh, I love to live with my guru. Oh, I love to live with my guru. Do you know what it would be like to live with your guru? It's very difficult. I'm sure Brother Shankara has, well, of course, Swami treats according to your need, but I was one that got a lot of scoldings. Okay? I was one in front of like 500 people, not 500, 200 people, a full hall, with my parents there, and Swami shouting at me. And I'm looking at it, and then I have to face the audience, and my face is all flushed. And when this happens, I feel my Mahishasura manifesting. There's this anger starting to manifest. So, when this happens, when we lose our image, when someone embarrasses us, when we feel we're not being loved, basically, when we're not receiving attention, appreciation, acceptance, or affection, Mahishasura begins to rise. And what do you feel when Mahishasura takes over you? It begins with annoyance, can develop to frustration, anger, then rage, hostility, aggressiveness, and ultimately can culminate to violence. That's Mahishasura, 100% Mahishasura. There are degrees within us. This one really, you're talking about the Gita sloka, I'll just translate the English one. There's a sloka in the Bhagavad Gita that says, while contemplating on the objects of the senses, one develops attachment to them. Attachment leads to desire. From desire, when it's blocked, arises anger. Anger does what? It clouds our judgment. And we don't learn from past mistakes. And when our memory is confused, our intellect, the buddhi, gets destroyed. And one perishes. This is the definition of Mahishasura. The angry Rajasic ego. And physically, how do you feel when he manifests? When you get angry, how do you feel? Your teeth start to grind. You start to be constricted. You start to tighten up. Your muscles become tense. Your breathing becomes more rapid. you stiffen up.
Start making a plan.
You start making a plan of how you're going to defend what you have. What does Mahishasura want? He wants to be in control. He wants to be right. He wants to be respected. He wants to be heard. He wants to be seen. I'll give you an example. We sometimes think, oh, this is not me. In the San Diego temple, so we have different departments. Okay? When does your Mahishasura start to get evoked? Well, each one of us has our own little domain. Okay, I'll give you an example. My dad, who's a professor at UCLA and he has his own lab. In the lab, he's the controller of the lab. When he comes home, he's not supposed to touch anything. That's my mother's domain. And if he moves anything out of the place, then my mother's Mahishasura is starting to get active. We have people who are in charge of sometimes feeding the swamis. And if somebody else gives food to the swami, their Mahishasura starts, why are you eating their food? You should eat mine. It is there in all of us, in different degrees. I want you to recognize this is not just, someone will say, oh, maybe it's the President of the United States. Okay? It exists within us. So, one of the keys also here is he also can't stop talking about himself. What are the qualities when these arise? You become competitive. You become arrogant. You start to compare yourself with others. You become obsessed with doing something under any circumstance. How do they speak? How does the Mahishasura personality speak? They speak harshly. They speak with decisive language. It's you against me. They speak uncontrollably. If you find yourself trying to push your ideas to someone uncontrollably without letting someone get a words, that's Mahishasura. If you start to interrupt others, Mahishasura. If you become argumentative, my way is the right way, Mahishasura. It erodes your peace of mind and you live in agitation and hostility. Not only does it erode your peace of mind, it erodes the peace of mind of others. So, going back to the story now, what happens now when all the gods were displaced? All the gods within us, they represent all the senses. They get displaced. They're homeless, purposeless. Now they don't have a purpose. All the gods come together and feeling helpless, they go to who first? They go to Brahma. Brahma is the act of introspection. When we feel at some point within our lives that our anger and rage and our need for power is causing pain to others and ultimately pain to ourselves, we recognize this. I'm a rageaholic. What can I do? We start to introspect. We go to Brahma, power of introspection. We go to Shiva next. We need recourse in jnana. We need some knowledge, some wisdom, what to do about this. And finally we go to Vishnu. We surrender. And what happens? They surrender to the Divine Mother. They recognize at this point, I'm not in control. You're the one in control. I thought I was running the show. But ultimately, you're running the show. Not I, but thou. Not I, but thou. Surrender here means it's the act of giving ourselves, our heart, and attention to the divine. Here, what we're going to say is, "Oh Mother, I have to act, but please see to it that which I do is in accordance with your will. I have limited knowledge. I have control issues. I have power issues. I can't see the harm that I'm causing. So you please see to it that what I do is for the welfare of myself and the welfare of others." Now, what I'd like for you to think about, what part of your life would you like to surrender? Maybe it's the position you're holding on to that gives you respect, power, and authority. Why don't you think what would you like to surrender to the Divine Mother? what do you want to acknowledge right now as your limitations? That if you let go of the control, it could be, I'll give you one of our swamis that I drive, he's a backseat driver. So when every time I'm driving, go this way, go this way, go this way, go this way. And I'm turning left and right, and I ultimately get there in the same time if I just stayed in one lane. If he just would surrender, I would have peace of mind. He would have peace of mind. So what would you like to look upon yourself today? What would you like to surrender that would make your life so much better to the Divine Mother? What negative qualities could be? Maybe it's your temper. Maybe it's your impatience. Maybe it's your anger. Maybe it's the way you control your children's life. Maybe it's the need for approval. What would you like to be able to think of something you want to surrender right now to the Divine Mother? And then what we're going to do is we're going to chant a mantra with a mudra. And every time we chant this mantra, feel like you're offering that. Whatever you want to surrender, you're offering to the Divine Mother. Feel like the Divine Mother is like a yagya, the home of fire. And when we offer, I'm offering you my buddhi, I'm offering, and she is going to burn away that impurity. She herself doesn't get impure. Fire doesn't get impure by what is being burnt into it. And she's going to take that away from you. So, what's going to happen right now is I want you guys to do, this is a mantra I learned from Rita, the mudra, the dhyana mudra. Do you want to show us the dhyana mudra so people are doing it correctly? I like, because one of the things you said was the power of releasing. What would you like to release? So show everybody.
So you put your left over right and then just touch the thumbs.
Okay. So you're
left over right.
Left over right, like this.
Thumbs touch
and touch your
left
thumbs.
temple, yeah.
Okay?
And the importance is that the hand placement, your attention need not be where your hand is placed. The attention should be on the heart, and just the placement of the hand takes the energy to the heart, the healing energy.
Okay.
It brings the healing energy down, and the negative qualities that need to be released come to the heart. So we don't need to put our energy down.
Okay.
We keep the energy at the heart.
So we'll keep the focus on the heart. So visualize the Divine Mother in your heart, or your Ishta in your heart, with this mudra, and we're going to chant this mantra. I want you to look at the mantra so that you guys know what we're chanting.
Excuse me. So is it right hand on the left?
Left over right.
Yeah, the picture was opposite. So just do according to what she's saying.
Left over.
Okay? And this is the mantra where I'd like you to chant. Om Shreem Hreem Kleem Aim Kamala Vashinyai Swaha. Okay? We're going to do this 10 times. Each time, feel what is it that you want to surrender to the Divine Mother that would make your life so much better and others around you so much better. Okay? And we're going to awaken the Durga Shakti within us doing this. Alright? Let's do this together now. Om Shri Hrim Kleem Aim Kamala Vashinyai Swaha. 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 Om Shri Hrim Kleem Aim Kamala Shivyaya Swaha. Om Shrim Hrim Klim Aim Kamala Shivyaya Swaha. What happens is the Divine Mother, Durga, arises within us. The awakening of Durga occurs from a huge mountain of light, light experienced everywhere. From that light, out of it, Tat Adbut Nari, emerges a divine feminine form. The awakening of Durga, where we feel the divine grace, fills our heart with an unknown hope and confidence. The powers of all the gods and goddesses come together. Our fragmented consciousness comes together, singular. Faith, love, goodness, all the inner capabilities that is good, great, and noble within us get linked to each other, giving us a sense of unified power, strength, and confidence, congealing into this divine feminine form to face our inner enemies. This is the awakening of Durga in aspirant. And what is heard is her roar, the pranava om. And what you feel, her feet touch the ground. The Muladhara chakra is awakening all the way to her crown, scraping the sky. The Sahasrara chakra awakening. And the roar, the om, going on in the background. Who is Durga? She is the divine awakened Shakti within us. Durga, Durgahati Harini, the one who removes misery, who destroys evil consequences. Dur means difficult. Ga means go. The one you go with when difficulties arise. She is our higher power, our awakened Shakti, who uplifts and guides us. And hearing her roar, the pranava om, Mahishasura now feels threatened. When the selfish ego feels threatened, it feels its power, its control, its existence are threatened. How does it react? It goes into fight mode. In Thomas, we went to flight mode. Here we go into fight mode. The rational, logical thinking mind shuts down, and the amygdala, instinctive mind, turns on. We don't analyze, we just react. We react in various ways with anger, hatred, jealousy, and fear. These are now the defensive mechanisms of the Rajasic ego. And you'll find in the Devi Mahatmya, there are 8 ways that the Mahishasura attacks. Let me just get to the, I'm sorry, I skipped backtrack one's lens here. There are 8 forms of attack that Mahishasura takes. 1, he begins to attack you. Remember now, the Divine Mother is appearing. All of a sudden my sense of security, control, and power are threatened. What am I going to do? So one of the attacks is he gores with his muzzle. With his horns, he gores you. Tanda Bahara. He brings something. He starts diving into your unconscious mind, bringing up the past memories of power and control, why you like them. He tramples you with his hooves. Chutachepa. He cuts your peace of mind with his hooves. He tangles you with his tail. Langula Tandana. He brings the desires, he pulls the desires towards you. He lays lows with the horns. He attacks the desires. He's awakening the desires. He's bellowing. He's making a firm determination, a resolve to fulfill the desires. And the blast of breath is what the experience is like when you fulfill the desire. Oh, how good it would be to have that piece of chocolate. All this, what Mahashastra is doing, is digging into your unconscious mind. Mountains are being pulverized. The ocean is coming out forth. He's giving you rasa, the taste, bringing back the memories of power, control. Why it's necessary for you to hold on to them and not let go. Because this is your Rajasic ego's existence at stake. And so, the Divine Mother now begins its attack. And these are now, Mahashastra has different defensive mechanisms, sort of like different masks. Let me have your attention here for a moment. Do you know in Ramakrishna gives an example of when a clam opens up. What happens when a drop of water or from the rain comes to the clam? What does it do? Huh?
It goes down and
It closes, and what happens?
It forms a pearl.
So what happens? It has a little irritation. There's an irritation there. What does it do with the irritation? It doesn't try to get rid of the irritation, it tries to cover the irritation up by putting layers of its moisture until a pearl is developed. So we have an original irritation that's separating us from the divine. And what do? We try to masquerade all this original intention, all this irritation that we have with various layers of masks that we wear. And what's the Divine Mother going to do? Is one by one pull off each of these masks to get to the heart of the problem. That's why when you come to your guru or that holy person and you ask, what do they want from you? They want you to be themselves. They're waiting for you to remove all the projections and just come as you are. Because once you come as you are, now we're at the source of the problem. Now we can get to work. Now I can give you the right medicine and tools needed to work where the wound actually is. Previously, Maharaj, I can do this meditation, I can meditate for long hours, I can do this. We're doing all these advanced things. We think we can do them, but ultimately we have to know, I can't do this, what is the source of my problem? And that's what the Divine Mother is doing here. Getting to the source, to the original wound of our problem. So first, Mahashastra takes the form of a buffalo. And a buffalo, as we talked about, is this passionate beast covered in mud and desires. And the buffalo here is angry. Why? Because the guru has come to you and has told you, this is your problem, but you don't want to face it. You don't want to hear, no, that's not my problem. What do? You want to defend yourself. So what do? You refuse to accept it. You charge. And what does the Divine Mother do? She takes her noose. She ties down the buffalo to subdue your desires. Then what happens? Mahashastra slips out of the noose and takes the form of a lion. Why a lion? A lion in the Indian tradition, especially in Buddhist tradition, represents Dharma. So under the false Dharma, it tries, under self-deception, it disguises its needs for control and power, saying, I'm doing it for the benefit of others. It's not for myself, it's for others. What does the Divine Mother do? She sees through your hypocrisy with a sort of discrimination and cuts it. And the result is, what do you gain? You gain straightforwardness and truthfulness. And the first one I forgot. When she cuts your buffalo, she cuts your anger. What do you gain? Love. She's removing the veils of the Rajasic ego. And as you lose the Rajas, you're becoming more Sattvic. The third thing that you become now is you take the disguise of a man. And a man can represent lobha, greed. Also, it has the ability to rationalize. And so, to rationalize its behavior. So with the sword and shield, the sword in the hand of a man represents, Mahashastra, the sword of not discrimination, the sword of destruction. And with this sword, it's pointing to others. It's not my fault, it's their fault. And with its shield, it's trying to defend itself. And what does the Divine Mother do? With its arrows, arrows in Indian thought represents higher thoughts. It cuts through the disguise of the rational, logical man. And when your logical side, your rational side is cut, intuition awakens. Then takes the form of an elephant, my Shastra. And an elephant represents royalty and pride. And with that pride, now it sees that it cannot defeat the Divine Mother. So what does it do? It attacks what the Divine Mother loves. And it attacks the lion. So it grabs a hold of the Divine Mother's lion and drags the lion. It's dragging its dharma. All the while, it's trumpeting itself. Gaja, elephant, means to sound. It's sounding, it's, look at me, look at what I can do. What does the Divine Mother do? With her sword of discrimination, cuts the trunk of the elephant. And pride is cut, humility is gained. Finally, our Rajasic ego won't let go so easily. And it takes the form of a buffalo again. And you can see, previously it had the form of a buffalo. Why a buffalo again? Somebody asked. In one scripture it says, it takes the form of a buffalo because now it's going regression. It's not able to defeat the person, so it bellows. The buffalo bellows. It roars. It throws. Its regression means it's becoming childish, showing a tantrum. And with this regression, it's like a childish behavior. So when you know you cannot defeat the person, what happens? You may give the person a cold shoulder treatment. There was a person in our Swami Swanaju, she was upset with the guru, but when you're upset, you can't do anything. So what does she do? She walks away and slams the door in this childish way. So in this regressive behavior, the Divine Mother takes her spear and cuts through that regression and gives you maturation, wisdom. Ultimately now, the Divine Mother is getting to the root of the problem. And Mahishasura is now in his true form, his demonic form. And this is a symbol that you'll see in the Durga Puja, where the Divine Durga has now pinned down, ascertained what the problem is. And her foot is on the throat of Mahishasura. At this point, no longer can Mahishasura express any desires. They cannot come out through his words. So he's stuck. And the suppression desires, her foot also represents mukti. And with this last point, Mahishasura sees that he cannot do anything. And he looks up at the eyes of the Divine Mother. And he recognizes, I am you. You am I. You are I. And at this point, the Divine Mother cuts his head off. And the Rajasic ego is destroyed. And when the Rajasic ego is destroyed, then what happens? The gods and goddesses sing the praises of the Divine Mother, bowing down to the Divine Mother. And these praises that the gods and goddesses sing are the qualities that we obtain when the Mahishasura within us is destroyed. The qualities of fearlessness, steadfastness, straightforwardness, control of the senses, absence of fickleness. These qualities we obtained. This is the end of the second story. And the idea behind this story really is about the process of surrender. When you know you're out of control, you can't do anything about it, what can we do? The gods here, they surrendered. They are offering their instruments to the Divine Mother. For us, what are our instruments? Our karmendriyas, our gyanendriyas. What we see, what we touch, what we smell. How can we surrender? When we observe things are not going our way, when things are being taken away from us, when we begin to understand we're not in control, we should practice surrender. We understand that we can't control all the circumstances of life, so we ask God to guide us through life and take care of everything. We begin to change our relationship to the Divine as that of a child, and she is our mother. And everything that we do, the decisions we make, we do with the best of our ability. but with a sense of dependency. We tell the Divine Mother before we make every decision. Whenever the impulse to control, to criticize, to possess, to dominate over a situation or person arises within us, try to surrender that impulse to the Divine. Act with a sense of dependence, creating a relationship with the Divine Mother. And at a moment's notice, be prepared to change course if you see that is where Mother's will is leading me. If it's not working out time and time, be prepared to change direction. I'm open to your intervention as you direct. I shall move as you move me, because the outcome may be different than what you expect. I surrender to God, and therefore I accept whatever the Divine provides me. What happens? You begin to recognize that there's an infinite intelligence of the Divine behind every circumstance, and you try to depend on that. You surrender to the circumstances. Don't try to control them. Let what's going to happen, happen. You pray to the Divine Mother, whatever you give, I will be satisfied with. Whatever you bring to me, I accept because you have brought it to me. And ultimately you start to recognize there's an infinite, all-loving being who is within every circumstance. And to the extent I open myself to the loving presence of that Divine being, to that extent I will feel guided and understand that everything happens by her will. The result of this is you begin to feel, I don't need to obsess over anything. I don't have to worry about the outcome of things. One way or another, things will work out. I believe that something else is taking care of me. The anxieties, fears, and worries begin to dissolve, and you begin to feel more a sense of calmness and centeredness. In the beginning, as we try to surrender, it's a practice. So we surrender, we forget, we surrender, we forget, we surrender, we forget. But there comes a time when it becomes a way of living. When you live in tune with the Mother, where you see that everything is happening according to her will, and you become her instrument. That is how the second chapter ends. You remove the religiosity of everything. And so the chapter does end with the praising of the God, the Mother. And what does the Mother say after all these praises? She says, ask a boon for me to the gods. And what do the gods ask? O Devi, whenever we think of you again, please destroy our direct calamities. And whatever human shall praise you with these hymns, may you also be gracious to them and bless them to be fortunate. The Devi said, be it so.
Tathastu.
Yes. Tata iti ukta. So, this is the sense of giving up your control, for needing to be right, for needing control, for needing power, letting it all lie in the hands and feet of the Divine Mother. And the time is 1:32. This last story I can do in 20 minutes, the chapter 3. Just as a way to just break this up, let me just see what I had here. Maybe we can just look at this. Questions for, let me see here. Rajas. Okay, let's just do a quick little discussion.
Very quick question. There is always Durga online as well as a tiger. Have you seen that observation in terms of
yeah, someone else asked about that. I don't know. Sometimes we recognize Durga with a lion and tiger. I don't know. I don't know why. Sometimes lion I know, Singa, but tiger I don't know where that's coming from. But you're right. I have seen it. Do you know why? Okay. So let's look at second page question. This is just a little discussion. Number 1, it is said that man proposes and God disposes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Another version goes that we plan and God laughs. What does this mean to you? Let's have some thoughts about this. Do you want to say something? Man proposes, God disposes. What does it mean to you? Or that we plan and God laughs.
and have his own plan.
I think it's part of when you accept, when you try to do something when it doesn't happen, you have to accept the situation and then you realize, man proposes and God is because this is not meant to happen my way, this is God's way.
So do you think then the sentence should be, man proposes, God disposes, and then reproposes something else? Maybe we should end up with that.
It's like we accept it.
Anybody else have any thoughts on this?
This teaches us humility.
Yes.
We are not all in all.
Good perception.
Acceptance.
Acceptance? Yes. Okay.
Question of perception. How you decide anything.
How you decide anything?
And if you learn to surrender to God in His beginning, then you may not have to switch. So, make your decision under the guidance of God.
Make your decision under the guidance of God.
The thing is that when we are looking into the future, we do not have the ability.
When we're looking in the future, we do not have...
When we do something, we
Yeah.
are looking into the future,
Right.
which we don't have the ability to.
Right. Right. So we plan the best we can, and then what do we say? Then we leave the results
Results to God.
to the divine.
Exactly divine.
Thinking that this is what is best for me. Maybe this is the lessons that what God is trying to give me. Right? In that sense, what it sounds like what you were saying. What are you trying to say?
We need to take away time, but where I falter, or where most of us falter when I talk to people, is on the one hand say, do your best and leave it to God.
Right.
That do your best is always under a shadow. Have I done
My best. Yes. Yes.
And because that is not satisfied, the second step also falters.
Yes. So that's a good point. In this Rajasiki, we have to feel like we've given it our all. We've done our best. And then once we feel we've done our best, then it's very easy. Then the results, whatever may come. So the importance here, have I given it my best? Not the results, but have I performed my skill in action? Have I really excelled at what I'm supposed to do? Yes. And that comes with mindfulness. So all these things you're saying is that we become more mindful of what we're doing, in our actions. So Rajasic ego is we're becoming more conscious. All this is, am I doing it with my full attention? Mindfulness means with my full attention. Okay?
What helps skill in action? Yoga, karma, kaushala, Bhagavad Gita.
Yes.
Excel in what you're doing.
Right.
And leave it to God.
Then leave it to God. Yes.
With respect to the other question about lion and tiger,
Yeah.
mother is worshipped in different parts of the country in various names and forms. So the most important thing I found was to understand that all these things are metaphors and reflecting a meaning which is very personal. So if you have a question, is this lion or tiger, and it's very important to you, if you sit in meditation, the answer will come. Why is this question bothering me? And it will tell you something deeper about yourself.
That's true. In this sense, what we have to do with this, we are all, when we read this chandi, we're all going to come up with our own interpretations, which is meaningful to us right now.
Yeah.
So remember, Vivekananda Swamiji said, it's good to be born in a church, but not to die in one. We have to learn to assimilate these ideas and take them in our own body-mind complex and make them our own. I'll give you an example, just off topic here. I was at an interreligious conference, and we had a round table, we did like a little spiritual cafe. So at different tables, we had different people, representatives for different religions. And so there was one who was a Mormon there, and the Mormon ministers, and they had two Mormons in the same table. And so questions asked, and they're saying, Swami, what's our concept of God? We're going to give all the same answer. That's what's right. And I said, I hope not. I hope that you've internalized it so you'll give what the answer is right for you, what you feel is right. In Hinduism, there's a saying that we have 333 million gods. Why do we have 333 million gods? Huh? Yeah, the population was 333 million at that time, that's what Swami said. So we have 333 million approaches to the divine. And as we grow, our conception of God grows and expands. We go from, sometimes people talk about a God with form, of me and God, and then I feel I'm one with God, until ultimately I feel there's nothing but God. So it's all these are, depending on our stage, we're going to see the same reality in different ways. Again, how are we experiencing the reality? Through our own mind. Depending if our mind is darkened, we're going to see the reality in one way. As our mind gets cleansed, we're going to see the reality in different ways. Right? So what you value, what is real, that which you value, what Swami said. Sri Ramakrishna said, most people value lust and greed. So if you value lust and greed, that's what you're going to see. Yeah. So one person said, when I look at a photograph, if I value love, and I think about my beloved, when I see the universe, everything reminds me about my beloved. Everything reminds me about her. Okay? When I see the world in terms of greed, money, I value money. So that becomes my reality. When I see someone, I see the Rolex, what comes into focus? The Rolex watch, the Armani suit, the type of shoes. Time is measured in money. What we value, that becomes real to us. When I look at a photograph, what I value, that's the Armani suit is what I'm focused on. I don't see the mountains. I don't even see the holy person. I value beauty. The beautiful people come into focus. I don't see the pure Swami with that smiling face. That doesn't come to my attention. So what we value, that is real. So all we're doing in the time, as we cleanse our mind, we're getting more and more, seeing more and more of the reality of what is.
Is it the ultimate goal to go beyond?
This is the third story now. Okay, good. She's taking us to the third story, going beyond the mind. All right? Good. I'm glad you asked that question. So let's go to this story here. Now, as we become satisfied and content with our achievements, and we desire less from the outer world, now you become somebody. Now the world, you don't need to give your attention too much to the world, and you're not craving its attention. We start to turn within. You become more sattvic. Now what do we want to conquer? We want to conquer not the external world. It's not that we want to conquer others. We want them to go the way we want. We now want to conquer the inner world. We begin to feel more joy from the subtler and refined things in life. And we take pride in our ideas and our practices. This leads to the sattvic ego. And so I just have this thing here, we know this. So let me just give a quick review. Story number 1, I deals with what do I fear? Because of the impurities of my mind. I have fear, I'm going to live in the darkness, I'm resistant to moving out of the darkness. Through prayer, I awaken Mahakali. That gives me the freedom to move, the freedom to create and do, right? Second one is about who's in control. Because of my agitated mind, Vikshepa, I feel like I'm out of control. I need a sense of stability, control. That control comes from controlling others. It comes from controlling the external. And if I'm not in control, the result is anger. Through the practice of surrender, I awaken Mahalakshmi, Mother Durga, and she gives me the freedom from turbulence, and I acquire divine sattvic qualities. In the third story, the question is going to come down to, who am I? And because of this covering of Varna, which is covering our consciousness, all of a sudden, we have an ego, we have an individuality, we have what's called a ahankara. Ham is I, kara is maker. We have an ego. That ego needs to identify, so it needs to grasp at things, to identify with things. And it's proud of its identifications, it develops pride. The practice of how to get rid of the pride is through detachment and also the witness consciousness. You awaken Mother Saraswati, get knowledge to give you freedom from bondage. This is what the third story is about now. Again, we've gone from Thomas to Rajas, now we're going to Sattvic. So, right now, Sattvic mind is very close to the experience of our true divine nature, Brahman. There's only a glass ceiling blocking us. in the Sattvic mind, now, because our intuition has awakened, we can see things that nobody else can. What are some of the qualities that can result from Sattvic mind that can be obstructions in our spiritual life?
Clarity of vision.
Clarity of vision. Okay? So yes, so maybe one of the obstacles can be that we think we know the divine. We think we can grasp the divine now. But still, we still have a wall separating us. Anything else?
So you understand yourself better when you get to Sattvic.
No, but we're talking about what are the qualities that become impediments in the Sattvic mind? What are the obstructions of the Sattvic mind? So now, Sattva is something that we've used to get us, we've removed tamas and rajas, and Sattva has been a positive thing that we need. But at the Sattvic level now, we become a yogi. Now, what are some of the obstructions that come up to
More
me?
I am right.
Right.
Yes.
I am right.
So,
I am right.
a sense of now I know what is right. I start to know things that others don't. I can read the scriptures very easily. I can get insight.
Yes.
While others can, it develops a sort of pride. What else?
Overconfidence.
Huh?
Overconfidence.
Overconfidence, pride. Yes.
Yeah.
What else?
Become complacent, thinking you can't grow anymore.
You become complacent. How do you become complacent? You start to have these meditations, you get great bliss. You want to remain in that bliss. You don't want to move forward. Ramakrishna is always like, "Egiya jao, go forward. You want to remain in this bliss. You feel there's nothing else for you to accomplish. You feel you've done it all." And the last thing nobody's mentioned here is, as you take this path, what happens is you get vibhutis, powers. So in the Yoga Sutras they talk about the path of vibhutis, the path of occult powers. You can start to see things, have visions that nobody else sees. And you start to take pride in these visions. You start to see things nobody else, you start to develop powers, you can hear things. This is all things that are obstructions within the Sattvic mind. Again, I may have told this, there's one, our Swami Swahanandaji told me at one time when he was in New Delhi, there's a saying, Sri Ramakrishna says, if you follow truth, I think it's for 7 years, then truth will follow you. If you become established in truth, meaning your mind, what you say, what you do, and what you think is all established in one truth. Truth follows you. So what happened? When he was in New Delhi, the things started popping in his mind. People started popping in his mind. Those people started manifesting. They started coming. Objects started manifesting in his mind. The objects started appearing. And this happened for the course of 1 week. And what did he do? He prayed to the Divine Mother, "Mother, please remove this power. Please remove this power." So at this level, you require a great detachment. Because it's very easy to fall prey. And that's why we have sometimes these yogis who have these they develop great powers. If they're showing off their powers, then that could be a sign that there could be a fall under the way. Because the ego starts to come in the way. So let's go on here. I talked about here, in the Bhagavad Gita, Sattva is pure, luminous, and free from sorrow. Yet it binds us with attachment to happiness and knowledge. Pride in our knowledge and happiness. And these are all pride of spiritual knowledge, pride in one's sadhana. You get the spiritual pride, holier than thou pride. I can sit in meditation for longer than most can. Pride, sense of bliss, comfort, complacency, and I'm done and I know everything. So then what happens now is that, so the story begins now. We're down. Medha is telling the last story to who are the two people? To Samadhi and Saraga. And it's interesting if you look at it from this point of view. Do you remember Krishna and Arjuna? Now Arjuna, in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, what does Krishna show him? His Vishvarupa Darshana, his cosmic form. To me, it's really interesting. And in this cosmic form, he shows different scenarios where he shows that in the Mahabharata, the enemies are getting eaten up, chewed away in the teeth of cosmic time. So to me, when the Medha opens up, we become open to the cosmic mind. And in the cosmic mind, we see different scenarios playing out. There's the experience of Thomas that always is unfolding itself. So May is showing us, here's the story of Thomas. And then another side, in the cosmic, in the Vishwarupa Darshana, here's the story of Rajas. And in another side, here's the story of what happens to the attachment of Sattva. And now this is the story. So, the story begins now that Shumba and Nishumba are two demons, and they come into existence. Shumba means I-ness. Shum actually means to shine, to hurt. It represents our I, our inflated sense of self-image. Asmita, I. It's our sense of individuality. The one has become divided. I, the ahankara, the ego. And that I, sense of individuality, what I call ahankara, remember, what does ahankara mean? I, what's kara mean? Maker. That I maker. So the infinite has now found itself divided. There's an individualized consciousness. That is us. And that it needs to define itself. Who is his brother? Nishumba. Nishumba means minus. Mamatva. The power of grasping. It's grasping all the various identifications. So you have I and mine. I and mine. And these are both brothers, Shumba and Nishumba. Now they take over, because of the Salaka's pride, they take over the heavens and the worlds. They take over the three worlds. Do you know what it means when they say to take over the three worlds? What did it mean when Mahishasura took over the three worlds? What does that mean? Huh?
You feel like you control.
No.
Three gunas.
No, not three. So there's three. So when we say three worlds, we usually refer to three planes of existence. What are the three planes of existence? What are the three states of consciousness?
Dreaming, waking, and deep sleep.
Waking, dreaming, deep sleep. When Mahishasura took over the three worlds, what did it mean? It means in the waking state, I want power and control. When I go to dream state, I dream of power and control. And even when I go to the causal state, I put seeds of power and control. Have you ever had a time when you get so infatuated, so infested with this, that you're dreaming? Sometimes maybe you're dreaming and you hear like a burglar, an intruder's coming. And you wake up from the dream and you go rushing to the window to think where the burglar is. The demon penetrates our dreams and then it manifests and we wake up thinking it's real, it's alive. This is what it means. Power, control, pride. They penetrate all three worlds of our existence. So Shuma and Nishuma now penetrated all three worlds. And guess what? Now the gods find themselves homeless. So what do the gods do now? Poor gods. They're also finding themselves. Do you remember who did this begin with? It began with Surata and Samadhi. What happened? Surata was removed from his kingdom, homeless. Samadhi was removed from his family home, homeless. It's all about being homeless. When you find that you don't have a home, when you find that the world is no longer a place where you can find refuge and comfort, that's why you come here, to the ultimate refuge and comfort. You're knocking on mother's door. Mother, let me in. But you got to knock really loud, okay? For the door to open. So today, that's what we're trying to do. And what did the gods then remember? They remembered that, oh yes, the mother said, at the times of crisis, she will come. All we have to do is call upon her. So the gods go to the Himavantam, the abode of the snow, a place of cool peace and purity. And according to one translation, this is located in the Sahasrara chakra. And then they chant. So let us do this now. With the feeling of our pride, we're going to chant. And what we're going to do is this is another mudra that we learned from Rita. And we're going to center our focus on our heart, thinking about our Ishta Devata, or the Divine Mother, and we're going to go the Anjali Mudra. So is this correct? Anjali Mudra. Okay? At your heart center. And we're going to chant what's going to be on the border, the Ya Devi. Each time recognizing the Divine Mother's presence in all these various forms. So let's do that now. Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Vishnu Maye Shanjita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Chetanita Vidiyate Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Buddhi Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Nitya Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shubha Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Chaya Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shakti Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Krishna Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shanti Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Jati Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Lajja Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. What happens? This leads to an awakening. The Divine Mother, as Saraswati, Parvati, comes out of the mountains of the Himalayas and shows herself to us. The power of knowledge. This prayer leads to the awakening of a glimpse of the Divine Mother. When our mind becomes still just for a moment, we catch a glimpse of the infinite shining through. And the infinite Mother comes and says, "Who are you praying to?" And out of her, a beautiful goddess, Koshiki. Koshiki means comes out of the sheets, koshas. And she says, "They're praying to me." What happens here is we get a glimpse of a spiritual vision. And that vision is so beautiful, so magnificent, Nothing compares to it. It's like unlike anything else we've ever seen before. And it gives us such joy, such radiance. What happens is we want to possess it. We want to own it. We want to have it anytime we want. So, two demons see this vision of the Divine Mother. They're the demons of our ego, Chanda and Munda. And they come back and they tell the ego, Shubha Nishubha, you are the master of everyone. You should be the master of this woman, Divine Mother, who's the most beautiful of all objects. You, who conquered 3 worlds, who own the best of all objects. You have the subtlest of subtle taste. You own Ratna, the gems of knowledge. You have the Mahapadma, the lotus, the beautiful sattvic qualities. You should be her master. At this point, we are at a very sattvic ego. And the sattvic ego enjoys the finer things of life, like art, beautiful music, ragas, has captured everything. He's the owner of the best. You should own the most beautiful of all possessions, and that is her. So Shubha and Nishubha want to possess her like any other object. And because they have this finer taste, so what do? They send their messenger, Sugriva. What does Sugriva mean?
Always good.
Huh?
Good breed.
No, Sugriva. No, not good. Sugriva. Good job. He's the one who could speak with eloquence. He has the one who can speak with knowledge. And so what we're going to be doing right now is we're going to be going through the different attachments of the sattvic ego. Scholarship, distorted perception, memories, desires, minus, and finally we have to kill the I to get to the Divine Mother. So he sends his first messenger, Sugriva. And Sugriva has an articulate skill of speaking. And our ego, Shubha Nishubha, tells Sugriva, with your words, sweet words, have her fall in love with us. So Sugriva goes to the Divine Mother to capture the Divine Mother and says that my master Shubha, the Lord of the 3 worlds, looks upon you as a jewel of womankind. You must come to him and marry him, or his brother. Since there he enjoys the best of objects. Do you know what the Divine Mother Kaushiki says? She says, okay, you guys don't worry about that. We're going to come back to that. Don't worry. And you'll have the slides in the video. I want your attention now. You don't want a distraction. That's a distraction here. There you go. Centered. What does Kaushiki say? Kaushiki says, what you've spoken is the truth. Because at the sattvic level, you only speak truth. What you've spoken is the truth. And, but I have made a promise to myself when I was a young girl. What was the promise? I made a promise that he who can defeat me in battle will win my hand in marriage. Sugriva says, oh Devi, you're haughty. All the devas cannot defeat my master. Why mention you, a single woman? Now go to Shubha and Nishubha and do not lose your dignity. And the goddess said, in reply, it is true what you said, but what can I do? Go back and tell your lord of Asuras what I have said and let him decide. Sugriva is the pride we take through our scholarship, through our intelligent words. This is what we do sometimes after reading some scriptural knowledge. We think we know the self. We think we know it now. We've captured the self. Can we capture the self, the Divine Mother, through our words? No. It can't be known through the mind. The Devi, so what does the Devi do? She asks for nothing less than a combat, a battle. Why does she ask for a battle? Why does she want a war?
To kill the mind.
To kill the ego. The sattvic ego has to be killed so we can experience our true divinity. That's why she asked nothing less than a combat. So, what happens is we cannot capture the divine through our words of wisdom. And this is a difficulty that some of us have. We gain knowledge, and especially sometimes in the path of jnana, we gain knowledge, and what that knowledge does, it fortifies our ego with this knowledge of the scriptures. So when people tell us, you know what Brahman is, we say Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. We quote different scriptures, acting like we know the self. But all it's done, in one sense, is create a foundation so that the ego remains intact. Our personality doesn't change. Our character doesn't change. But the knowledge around us changes. So that has to be crushed. Now, the ego, Shubha and Nishubha, start to get a little aggravated. And so he sends their messenger, Dhumralochana. Dhumralochana, he tells him, get her by force and drag her by her hair, if necessary. Dhumralochana rushes to the Devi. And what does the goddess do? She reduces the demon to ashes by a mere humkara. Dhumralochana for us means distorted vision. With distorted vision, we think we see the Devi. But can one recognize the Devi with distorted vision? We're seeing the Devi through the coloring of our own mind. And further, he's told to bring the Divine Mother and drag her by her hair. What does this mean? We want to bring the spiritual into the material world. We think that we do yoga, we eat vegetarian, we listen to Oprah Winfrey. We think the spiritual the divine is another cap that we wear. She can't be caught through our sight like this. So what does the Divine Mother do? With the mere Kumkara, she disintegrates that smoky vision. And at this point, now we can see at least clearly. We see names and forms, but the coloring of the mind is removed. But the ego won't let go yet, because it wants to capture the Divine Mother. So the next person it sends is Chanda and Munda. And tells her, Chanda, grab her in whatever way possible. Chanda here means passion, the movement towards. Munda means head, shaved head. Here, Munda is the meaning of renunciation, withdrawal. Here, Chanda means movement towards, the movement of the mind. Pravritti, the movement towards or the withdrawal from. Now we're getting to higher and higher spiritual experiences. Now we're getting to the movement of our own mind. And at this level, what happens is that their Kali comes from the Divine Mother. And she is told now to kill Chanda and Munda. How do you dissolve the movements of your own mind? By going beyond time. Kali represents Kala, time. Going beyond time, the movements stop. So what happens is Kali chops off the head and brings these two heads of Chanda and Munda and says to the Divine Mother, in this sacrifice of battle, here I brought you the heads of Chanda and Munda, the great beast. Shubha and Nishubha, you yourself shall have to slay. What's the meaning? At this point, what's happened? At this point now, our self-effort has come to an end. At this point, it's now the grace of the Divine Mother that will give us the infinite. At this, we cannot do it. Our self-effort, we cannot. The finite cannot get to the infinite. Our self-effort, now it's all grace at this level. So, the next general that comes is Rakta Bija. What does Rakta Bija mean? Rakta means blood. What does Bija mean? Seed. Rakta Bija means the seeds of thought or the seeds of desire. And Rakta Bija has this special capacity that whenever you pierce him and blood comes out, what happens?
Wherever he drops it, the demons.
Another
Demon.
Raktabija comes, another demon comes of equal size and equal strength. So what happens in this battle? The Divine Mother is piercing Raktabija, killing him, but every time blood comes out, again, new Raktabijas are appearing. And what's happening is for us, this symbolizes every time a desire comes out, what happens? When we take action on that desire, a desire comes, we take action, that action creates another seed of desire. And that desire gets fructified, it goes into the earth, and it's harvested, and then it comes out again, and then it comes out again as a desire. I have a desire to go to Starbucks, I drink the coffee, and then I feel good. That leads to seeds of impressions in my mind. And then eventually those desires sprout up again. And then I see Starbucks and I'm reminded of the great taste of Starbucks coffee. And again, I take action. I get caught up in this samsara cycle. Anytime when we try to meditate, what happens? What do we find? When we're trying to focus on one thought, what happens? All the other thoughts come into mind. This is Raktabija. So at this point, what does the Divine Mother do? The Divine Mother tells Mother Kali, open up your mouth and drink up all the blood before it goes to the ground. So she swallows up all the blood until Raktabija starts to get weaker and weaker, and then the Divine Mother kills Raktabija. So at this level, we've stopped the movement within the mind, the thoughts within the mind. But still there exists our sense of individuality. And these are the two brothers. So for us, what does it mean? When we're in these meditations with all these, offer them to the Divine Mother. Offer them to the Divine Mother. Let her swallow them up. We come to Nishumba now. Nishum and Shumba. I and mine. And there's a sequence of battle where Nishumba fights. When he gets pulverized, Shumba, like tag team wrestling, comes up. And so they both fight hand in hand because they're both two loyal brothers. If you attack me, you're attacking my family. If you attack my family, you're attacking me. When I was in college, I remember I got my first car, and I remember that I was in the parking lot and someone hit me. My first thought was, I've been hit. I've been hit. I thought I was hit. I was so identified with that car. So they go through the sequence of battles, and eventually, after being knocked out again and again, Nishumba, in one final attempt to stay alive, he does what? He sprouts out 10,000 arms. What are these 10,000 arms? All the identifications of this life and previous life. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I am all of this. Remember when Swami Vivekananda was touched by Sri Ramakrishna? And when he was touched the first time, do you remember the walls started to spin? The floor started to spin. Everything was dissolving. Do you remember what he said as everything was dissolving? What did he say?
What are you doing to me?
I have a family.
I have my father and mother. So we start to see, when we start to dissolve into that infinite, we start to see what we're holding on to. Our attachments come to light. So that's why it's very important in the dying process to try to close the window of the world and try to open the door of the divine as much as possible so the transition can be as easy as possible. Otherwise you're going to have a tough time letting go. So Swamiji said, what about my father and mother? So with one final blow, Nishumba is dissolved. And what is left at this stage of experience? Shumba, I. That's what's pulsating at this level of consciousness. I. And Shumba then sees the Divine Mother and says to her, do not show your pride to me, for though you are flushed with victory, you have fought depending on the strength of others. Meaning here, in the process of fighting, all of Divine Mother Shaktis, all her powers have come out as all these other forms of suras and goddesses. And Shumba making one final attempt to stay alive. Don't show your pride to me, you fought depending on the help of others. What does the Divine Mother say? This is what makes it the Dvaitic text. The Devi replies, I am alone in this world. Who else is there besides me? Look now at all these. Kali, my Shaktis, are but projections of my own power. Behold them now, entering back into me. I have withdrawn my forms and stand alone in the glory of my own power. Now I warn you, be resolute in battle. Now, the world is starting to be just consciousness and consciousness. All the forms of the name are starting to dissolve, receding back into the ocean of consciousness. You still have the feeling of separation, and I still want to remain in my existence. I still want to remain alive, because I'm afraid of being swallowed up into the void. So here, I'm going to give one last battle to stay alive. So, Shumba starts attacking the Divine Mother. And with every punch, he punches her in the chest. Immediately, the Divine Mother punches back into the chest. Instant karma. Whatever you do, you get back. And as he's being pounded and weakening, he takes one last attempt. He grabs the Divine Mother and jumps in the air. And he goes higher and higher, and we're going higher and higher to the levels of higher conscious, where duality is meeting non-duality, where we're getting to the Bhavamukha point, where we're getting to the Bindu, to the primal ignorance. And we go higher and higher. And just before we dissolve, the Divine Mother takes Shumba and throws him back to earth. And you hear a thud. And Shumba is destroyed. And what is experienced is experienced. No one can say, because there's no experiencer. It just is. And then what happens is now harmony is restored in the world. Rhythm, cosmic order, is restored. Shumba and Nishuma, who were stealing the prasad of the gods, so they weren't getting nourished, or the rivers, harmony is restored, and everything's again is fine. Now, the two characters, Samadhi and Suratha, hearing these stories, gain faith and conviction in the Divine Mother. So what do? For 3 years, they do spiritual practices. They make an image of the Divine Mother and worship the Divine Mother. At the end of the 3 years, they get a vision of the Divine Mother. And at that vision, the Mother says, grants a boon. So what do they ask for? Suratha, the king, what does he want? He wants his empire back. And he wants to be a king in his next life. The Mother says, so be it. Samadhi, the merchant, has had enough of life. He's been burnt by life, and he doesn't want any more. He wants to gain the experience of his original nature, bliss and joy. And he asks for liberation. So be it. And that ends the story. So, what we've learned from all of this is that, I don't have my outline here, is that the Chandi, to me, represents again different states of mind. We have a tamasic state of mind, where we feel like the victim. We create the victim story, the blame story, and the reaction is we feel powerless, we feel depressed. We connect to the Divine Mother through the process of surrender, of prayer. We become the manifester, the doer. We feel hopeful. We get a glimmer of light. We feel that it is possible. Impossible becomes I'm possible. And then we do it. We come to the controller, to the second story, where we feel, unless we're in control, the attitude of a controller, nothing will work. Life won't go according. If it doesn't go according to our way, we have to be in control. We have to run the story, and unless we're running the story, it's not going to go right. So, as long as we're in control, it's good. But the result of not being in control is we manifest anger. So we have the controlling story, and we manifest anger as a result of when we're not in control. Through surrender, what happens is we become the instrument of the divine. And we surrender. Every act is the will of the Divine Mother. And the reaction is, I'm free from my responsibilities. Mother's doing everything. She's doing everything. I'm free of that turbulence of the Rajasic mind. We come to the third story, which is pride. Pride is cutting me off from the experience of my own divinity. And through that arrogant pride, I feel pride in my identifications. And I have all my and I'm proud of what I am and what I can do. And the nature and the reaction is I have a superiority complex. Ultimately, what is the practice? I didn't mention the actual practice here is witness consciousness. All of these things, at this point, you can truly practice what Sarva Priyananda calls witness consciousness. You don't have the Thomas pulling you down. You don't have the Rajasic ego bringing up the raw emotions of Rajas. At this point, you have the ability to detach when you're in the Sattvic ego. You have the ability to be the witness and not get entangled when the emotions arise and all of a sudden you get caught. At this point, you can remain the witness consciousness. And what do you see? My scholarship, my need for my words of wisdom, my need of scholarship arises. I'm not going to get pride in my scholarship. Let it rise and let it fall. I am the divine one. I am the divine. Let my vision of the way I see things, the way I see things, let it come, let it go. I am the divine. Let my sense of my mind, let my sense of movement towards withdrawal, raga, dvesha, let it come, let it fall. I am centered in the divine. Let my movements of my mind, my desires come and go. I am the witness consciousness, centered in the divine. And let my own source of individuality rise within me and let it fall. I am the divine. This is the practice of the third story of witness consciousness. This is really, when you ask, sometimes they say, when Swami Sarva Priyananda talks about Jnana Yoga, and people say, we get intellectual euphoria, but what do we do? Sometimes I think we have to be in a certain state of mind to be able to practice. We need a certain level of detachment. Prior to that, we have to work out that detachment. We have to work out our emotional turbulence through karma yoga, through bhakti yoga, till we can get to that state of sattvic witness consciousness. So, I've gone to an hour and 22 minutes now beyond that, but I want to thank you so much for this experience of sharing the Chandi with you. And I feel this is great joy when we talk about this. As we do this, we feel uplifted, we feel joyful. This is a great scripture to chant. It is chanted here once a month. What day?
First Saturday in Sanskrit.
First Saturday in Sanskrit. And if they're beginners and they don't know Sanskrit, what happens?
If they're beginners and they don't know Sanskrit, there's a class that Aditya has started when he's taking it verse by verse and he's teaching the meanings.
Yes.
But if you don't want to chant in Sanskrit, then Brother Shankara does it on second Saturdays
in English.
In English.
And I think I've heard chanting it in English is also good. You want to get the story impressed in your story. So that is also, so if you don't know Sanskrit, chant it in English. Make this a practice, and then as you go along, there's certain hymns that you can practice for certain things. And so I'd say make this something of a practice, add it in a practice if you feel into your own life, and you'll feel strength and power.
And not all 700 verses are chanted in Sanskrit. Swami Sarvadevananda-ji has given specific verses, prayer
right.
verses from
Right.
chapter 1, chapter 4, chapter 5, and chapter
Certain
6.
hymns that we talk about. Yeah. So there was one. I think I showed you this. There was one. I don't know. This is Indian audience. I think I showed you that video last time. Do we need to show the video again? No. Okay. All right. It's a yeah. Okay. We'll leave it at this. So anyways, that's it. I want to just make one announcement, if I can, Brother Shankar.
Please.
Is that in San Diego, what we're going to try to do, first of all, do you have a class on Wednesdays? Do you have a class? You do have a class on Wednesdays, okay. What time is the class from?
8 to 9.
8 to 9, all right. What we're going to try to do in San Diego is we're going to try to do an online class, probably in May. It's going to be an introduction to Vedanta, probably a 6 to 8 week course. I'm inviting certain swamis like Sarva Priyananda, Swami Atmarupananda, a few other Nixon swamis from India to talk about various topics of Vedanta as a way of giving us a foundation. So it'll be like an introduction to Vedanta and then the 4 yogas. Sometimes what's happened, I've heard in our order, is we become a little bit too much jnana yoga conscious. And there are people that are telling me, it's great, we have clarity of mind, but what do we do? I'm not at that point where I can just meditate and focus. So we need to also, these other levels, depending on your state of mind, we have other practices, karma yoga, bhakti yoga. So I want to talk about these other practices, yogas, I want to emphasize, to see what resonates with you. And then also ultimately, the last choice, what to expect when you do these practices. So that's one thing. There's another thing that we will do, and that will have, so this will be online. So what the reason I'm bringing it up is it'll be 6 o'clock West Coast time, which is 9 p.m. East Coast time. And if you'd like, you can register for this. It hasn't been worked out, but we'll send register. If you want to register, you can register, and that will be an introduction for anybody who likes that on Wednesdays at 9 p.m. back in May. Second thing,
We can stream it here at 9 p.m. on Wednesdays.
yeah, absolutely. My hope is to do it to all, especially a lot of the centers. So that's our goal. Second thing I want to do is what we're trying to do is we're going to have a day in also May. We're going to talk about death and dying. And this is going to be a retreat. What we want to do is, there are many people that ask how to prepare myself for death, for the transition. And also, what do I do for my loved ones who are passing away? Are there any rituals, any chants? And also, after they pass away, what should we do? So, there's something elaborate we're in the midst of working on, and that will be that we want to have from a spiritual perspective, what happens to the soul when it passes away? Okay? How to prepare oneself. Okay? Also, many Indian kids, we have a generation, how do we take care of the elderly people? How do we not impose our own wishes on what we want them to do? How do we fulfill their wishes and create an environment where it's conducive, a spiritually conducive environment to transition out of? So that would constitute like a palliative care. So we're going to have a swami, a palliative care physician. Also, the idea was to have a social worker, because in our Indian community, we don't express ourselves many times. And it's important to express to your loved ones who are passing away what you want to express before they pass away, and also for your loved ones to share what they want. But sometimes it's difficult, especially in the Indian community. So that's why social workers come, and they help ease the transition. We're not used to this in our Indian, but we're going to have a social worker who actually worked with this. And the last thing also, we're going to have a lawyer speak, because it's important to know before you pass away what you should have set in place. From a DNR, do not resuscitate. How do you want to go? To having your will, to after the fact, your estate. So there's going to be a lawyer who's going to talk about all these type of things, so that when you're ready to transition, the door of the world has been closed. Everything has been settled. All your accounts and debts have been paid for. And now you're ready to transition smoothly. So we're going to do this. It'll be a one-day retreat in May, and I'm going to make it online. It'll be on a Saturday. So once we have this defined, then maybe you guys can watch it. And my hope is that people in satellite centers or other centers, they have questions. You through what we call Zoom. There's a software. You can type in your questions, and these things can be addressed by the panel.
Somebody, this is such very beautiful, this is where, the practical part of it, which often we question after this one. Another very significant part is the parenting.
The parenting. Meaning what? You're
I mean, how do you impart values to your children? What do you impart to your children? How do you bring them into the screen in the middle of, neither here nor there?
What you went through.
Yeah, that's a whole different topic. Yes. So
keep it online too,
Yes. So, anyways, I think it's very late. I'll say there's two challenges. What I can say in this community, especially if you want to look at it from the Eastern point of view. The one challenge I think is what happens when I get older. Already, I know some of the American devotees are already knowing what they're going to do, where they're going to go, and how they're going to live their lives. So for the Indian community, what happens when I get older? How do I live my life in a way? Who's going to take care of me? And how am I going to live my life so that I can be spiritually grounded and transition out? And the second one is also about kids. What to teach? And this really, to some extent, I told Swami Sarvadeva, if you have kids, you should be given automatic mukti. Because you're putting all your resources, all your strength, all your time and effort, and you don't know what the outcome will happen. Your kids teach you nishkama karma, detachment from the result. Because you can only put it, and then the rest is in mother's hands. So, and it's like a lottery, And at times our expectations as we go along as parents, they become less and less and less. Ultimately, from what I see, what do we want our kids? We want our kids to be good human beings.
Yes, right.
We want them to have good hearts, to be good humanitarians. Whether they come to Vedanta temple or not, that's secondary. Spirituality doesn't have to be always that I think about God, worship God. Swami Vivekananda described one word that describes your spiritual status: selflessness. How much do I think of others as opposed to how much I think of myself? If our kids can be selfless, then we've done a great job indeed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So much.
Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Shri Rama Krishna Paramastu. And I'd love to thank our brother Shankara. It's because of him that I give him a call. He makes me feel so at home. Like, come, like Holy Mother. Come. It's like, no, any difficulties, he removes all difficulties. He's like Ganesha, he makes the path clear for you. And then you just arrive. And then everything is taken care of. That's one of the beauties, I keep saying again, about the Atlanta Center. Every center has its own personality. This center, I particularly think, is what we call Mother's Center. It's the heart of a mother. And so everybody, we feel so welcome.
Only like we killed one demon today. The demon of hunger. We killed.
Oh.
Demon.
Yes. So today I know remember Yadevi Sarvabhuteshu? All these are, so there's the one of hunger. So today, you observe hunger rise and watching it fall. And now we're waiting. Okay.
I would just like to let you know that through the loving care of some of our devotees, lunch is available for all of you who wish to stay for lunch. There is food. There's no such thing as magic, but it seemed to appear just...
Come, please.
See, that is what we call mother's heart. Holy Mother says she'll never let her children go hungry.
So we killed the demon.
Now we can reawaken it.
So
So please stay for lunch if you like. There's lunch